presentations where we left yesterday. We had presentations from YMCA University of Science and Technology, Faridabad, DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jalandhar, Dronacharya College of Engineering, Greater Noida, and Gandhi Academy of Technology and Engineering, Brahmpur. So we rest of the presentations we will have first one round for from rest of the institutions, but before I move to that, I have certain announcements to make. First of all, very important is Dr. Surendra Prasad, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, will be here at quarter to 4, पौने 4 बजे in the evening, and he will be interact with you. So I wish that all maximum centers make such arrangement कि उस वक्त कोई इंटरनेट की आपको problems ना आए, so that you are able to directly interact with him. Then another thing, I have not received yet this attendance from number of institutions for yesterday. I think only 3 or 4 have sent the attendance for yesterday. So please, जो लोग नहीं भेज रहे हैं centers, I again request them कि daily attendance को maintain करें and send to us daily. So now we come to the presentations. So I start with the Sri Sukhmani Polytechnic College, Derabassi. Yes. Okay, we start. Take the case of Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon. Join कर लिया? नहीं, ये भी नहीं किया अभी. पानीपत यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, गुड़गांव आ रहे हैं अभी तो इनके ना, बैठे ही हैं अभी ना, 3-4 ही आए हैं अभी तो.
हेलो.
हाँ जी.
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम.
पानीपत. ओके ओके, गुड मॉर्निंग. आप अपने पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं जो काफी पीछे बैठे हैं, थोड़ा आगे आ जाएंगे. पीछे बैठ जाते हैं, थोड़ा आगे बैठते हैं तो हमारे व्यू में रहते हैं ना सब लोग.
श्योर मैम.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. So well, we start with the Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat, to have the first presentation today. Yes.
Just a moment, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, yes. Just 1 second.
नहीं नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, इतना टाइम तो लग जाता है, ले लें आप टाइम इतना तो. आपका भी मुझे कल का अटेंडेंस नहीं मिला है भाई.
I will send it by 5 or 10 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, is it visible there?
आप शेयरिंग पे डाल दिया उन्होंने तो ना, मेरी शेयरिंग पे डाल.
Hello.
Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, sure.
आज मैं हट जाती हूँ. इसको थोड़ा लार्ज कर सकते हैं, काफी छोटा सा करता है. वही कर रही हूँ. तो ये वर्ड फाइल से किया है इन्होंने ना। इसको हम नहीं चेंज कर सकते हैं, फॉन्ट बड़ा ये हम नहीं कर सकते इसको, वो करेंगे।
ऑप्शन ऐप करके कहाँ से बढ़ती है?
यस, नाउ इट इज विजिबल, पर आपका वर्ड फाइल पे है तो थोड़ा फॉन्ट बड़ा कर दें तो इट विल बी लेजिबल टू एवरीबॉडी।
ओके मैम।
हाँ जी, तो पहले आप क्वेश्चनर के कंटेंट प्रेजेंट करने से पहले जस्ट टेल मी दी व्हाट इज योर this problem statement and the objectives. Yes. Okay, objective you have written.
Yes, ma'am, our objective will be we want to study consumer perception about e-retailing over brick and mortar retailing.
Okay.
So hypothesis we have formulated that there is no significant effect of either it is e-retailing or it is brick or mortar. Both appears to be same
Okay.
to the consumers.
Okay.
Then we have
Okay. Yes.
started collecting personal information, wherein we will be asking them about their personal informations.
Okay. आपने उनका नाम पूछा है,
हाँ जी।
जेंडर, सिटी ऑफ रेजिडेंस एंड टोटल इनकम मंथली। अब आपने लिख दिया साथ में ऑप्शनल। जब आप ऑप्शनल लिख लेते हैं तो हो सकता है काफी लोग ना उसको भरें, तो मिसिंग डाटा जो है वो मे बी, बट आई अंडरस्टैंड यू माइट बी यूजिंग दिस इंफॉर्मेशन टू classify persons into different categories.
Exactly.
If that is the thing, why you are writing optional? So those who are not giving this type of information, because you have not asked for means exact information, so it is the range only. So you in such case I think don't make it optional if you are really using to categorize your the data. तो
Ma'am,
अदरवाइज
can
जो
I
मिस। हाँ जी।
put a justification?
हाँ जी।
We have not decided it to take it to find out that what income group is actually going for e-retailing.
Yes.
However, we just want to have an idea that is there any significant difference, just an elementary idea of this income is affecting their movement from brick and mortar to e-retailing or not.
अच्छा, may I know your name?
I'm sorry.
आपका नाम क्या है?
Ma'am, my name is Chand.
चांद। तो मिस्टर चांद, आप ये देखिए, अगर आपको ये डाटा पूरा नहीं मिलता है, आप किसी ने चेंज कर दिया, किसी ने लिख दिया कि आपने ऑप्शनल लिख दिया ना कि कोई इसको चाहे फिल करे, चाहे टिक करे, चाहे ना करे, से आपके 100 में से 50 ने तो टिक कर दिया, 50 ने नहीं किया, तो आपके हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग कैसे हो सकेगी कि वो इनकम से रिलेटेड है, क्योंकि 50 ने तो आपको बताया ही नहीं है कि वो कौन से इनकम ग्रुप में है।
We are not taking it, ma'am. That's why I'm putting it. We are not considering it under our study that whether income group has any
then why
effect
you
on
are asking? वो क्वेश्चंस क्यों बढ़ा रहे हो आप अपने? तभी तो हम कहते हैं कि the things which are not required for your study, don't just add them for the sake of adding. तो
Okay,
इसीलिए क्वेश्चनर आपका लेंथी हो जाता है। Another thing, आपका राइट इन द बिगनिंग इंस्ट्रक्शंस लिखनी होती हैं, व्हाट इज द पर्पस एंड एनोनिमिटी विल बी केप्ट एंड ऑल थिंग, हाउ दे आर टू रिस्पॉन्ड, वो सारी इंस्ट्रक्शंस आपके इस क्वेश्चनर में मिसिंग हैं।
Sure,
Right?
we will write it. We
Okay.
did it in the very short period of time yesterday only. That's why we could not
नहीं,
make
बहुत
it.
अच्छा है, तो एफर्ट इज ओके, आई अप्रिशिएट इट, बट आई एम जस्ट गिविंग द फीडबैक रिगार्डिंग इट।
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. We'll consider it and we'll remove the word optional so as we can take into consideration income group as well.
राइट सो, थैंक यू।
Okay. And then we have asked for how many years you are using e-retailing. It is involved under mobile app as well that Flipkart, Amazon people are using on their mobile app. So to get an idea that how later or how sooner the Indian customer has been aware of these online retailing as well.
तो आप अगर आप कहते हो ना कि इट मे बी थ्रू एनी, तो यू मे इवन मेंशन दैट यू आर यूजिंग ई रिटेलिंग थ्रू एनी means the thing, maybe mobile or this laptop, anything.
Okay, fine. We'll mention it.
Yes.
And then we have put one open-ended question as well, that you see e-retailing, you use e-retailing because, so we have left it blank so as they can have freedom of speech as well, why they are choosing it.
Okay.
Then comes for what purpose do you use e-retailing? Whether they are using it for personal use, that is end consumer is buying from the same, for business use, that is they are trading forward as well, or they are using for both personal and business use.
Okay. Okay.
We have put one more question from the various types of e-retailing. What, according to you, has the largest market share? This probably customer won't be having clear-cut idea. That's why we have put it under the category of B2B, B2C, B2G commerce and others.
Now, what do they understand the meaning of B2B? What they mean? A normal person, a simple customer, is not knowing that what is B2B and B2C and all.
So we won't be
But
using these abbreviations. We will be replacing it business to business,
yes,
business to
yes,
consumer, and
yes,
business to
yes, right,
government.
right. So, or in maybe in the stem of the item you write B for business and C represent this thing, and then you may need the read the abbreviations as well. जो
Yes,
आपने
yes.
शुरू का क्वेश्चन लिखा है ना, थर्ड पे ही आ गया कि इसका why you are using it because. सो
See,
इस तरह का जो ओपन एंडेड क्वेश्चन है ना, ट्राई टू टेक इट एट द एंड, क्योंकि जब एक
okay.
कस्टमर इसको थोड़ा भर लेगा ना, फिर उसको थोड़ा सा एक मेंटली क्या कहते हैं, एक लाइन ऑफ एक्शन सी बन जाएगी, दैट ओके आई हैव टू, दिस इज व्हाट द इज डिजायर इज आस्क्ड इन द क्वेश्चनेयर, तो वो एक लाइन ऑफ
Okay.
थिंकिंग बन जाए, उसके बाद ओपन एंडेड क्वेश्चन को जवाब देना ज्यादा आसान होता है. सो ब्रिंग दैट
That
क्वेश्चन at the
that will be the same
later
concept
part
you
of the.
taught last day. That will be the same concept you taught last day. That tunnel sequence.
Right, right. So that's what. No, I said that you start from the closed and come to the open-ended.
Okay,
Not
okay.
start from the open-ended. Start from the
Hmm.
closed and then slowly move to the other, so that some data, some
Sequence would be there.
baseline is framed, is made in the mind of the respondent
Sure, ma'am. We'll consider it. We'll put it at the end of the questionnaire
at the
only.
towards the end, right? Okay.
Okay.
And next is
That according to you, how is e-retailing helpful to consumer in the e-business domain? This will either broadens the consumer choice, it encourages price transparency, faster business process, or if you are not aware of this, so do not know and cannot say as well.
mm,
Then comes, according to you, how e-retailing is helpful for business discourse. This we probably consider that our target group will be knowing that effectively caters to consumers' demand because we can click anywhere and we can get our products. It smoothen business by creating consumer and businessman network, as well as we generally find it that sellers are also online, available online, so we can directly contact them as well, and ensure guarantee of payment, that it won't be misused or your credit card informations will not be leaked or passed on to someone else. Your personal information will be kept secret and do not know, kind of. Then question is, do you know that the application of e-retailing has increased over, do you think?
आप ना आगे निकल गए, वो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, आप आगे उसको थोड़ा स्क्रॉल डाउन भी कर दो ना. एंड एक जो आपने अकॉर्डिंग टू यू, एक जस्ट मिनट, एक एक क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 पे आए. अकॉर्डिंग
Is
टू
it
यू हाउ दिस, एक तो इनमें ना जो आपने गैप डालना है ना वो प्रॉपर कर दो. फॉर्मेटिंग में ये सभी
ma'am,
आ रहे हैं, वो थोड़ा सा इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, दैट यू टेक केयर. देन व्हाई डोंट यू
साइज
आस्क
बढ़ा है मैं
उसके.
इसलिए.
नहीं, आपने देखिए ना, आपने कोई बात नहीं, आपने जो इसको चार ऑप्शंस आपने दे दी, फिफ्थ ऑप्शन
जी.
आपने उसको कहा कि उसको नहीं पता, मे बी ही माइट
हम्म,
बी हैविंग समथिंग समथिंग एल्स इन माइंड, तो वो उसका स्कोप आपने खत्म कर दिया वहां पे 6
अच्छा.
नंबर 6 पे ना. अगर अगर
Yes,
उसको
yes, yes,
वन
got
थिंग
it.
इज ही डजंट नो, other thing is he knows, but that is different than what you have means listed in the options. So that
Okay,
you
so
have
what could be the right choice?
any other please specify, and in any other please
Okay.
specify, he may say that I don't have anything,
That can be included,
right?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Or
Then
in addition to do not know, you say before do not know, you say any other, please specify. Not know,
oh,
then another that you don't he does you don't know anything about it.
mhm.
Uh,
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Do you think that application of e-retailing has increased over the years in India? And then is, do you
okay.
agree that e-retailing as commercial means had its advantage over traditional retailing methods? So here we have used Likert 5-point scale to get the behavioral sciences. Uh,
Just 1 minute. Are you having more items relating to this, where the five Likert scale is used?
we have one more question, I guess.
If there are say for three, four questions, five questions, then keep them together and give that
Okay.
give the means place to tick mark from them, right?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And in your opinion, which is the most prominent domain in which e-retailing is used in India? It is matrimonial sites, real estate sites, token shares, travel and tourism, and online banking are also part of e-retailing as well nowadays. So they'll rank it accordingly.
Any other, please specify.
Okay. Any other? Please
आपने कहा ना
satisfy.
बैंकिंग
Next
अदर्स,
question.
आपने लिख दिया ना बैंकिंग अदर्स, तो अदर्स को
हाँ
अलग
जी.
कर दो एनी अदर प्लीज स्पेसिफाई.
Okay, ma'am. So, what are the challenges to implementation of e-retailing in India? Because we are lacking some lack of infrastructure in case of proper implementation. So we will get an idea whether the security concerns are the major concern which are not making the customer turning to the e-retailing, or it could be slow penetration of internet, like still there are areas where 2G connection is being used, and lack of trust. We do not feel like touch and feel philosophy we Indians are following, so we
ये
probably
कौन सा
won't buy.
सीरियल नंबर ऑफ आपका इस आइटम का सीरियल नंबर क्या है?
Item is question number 10, ma'am.
10 में लैक ऑफ ट्रस्ट. ओके ओके, राइट. चल यू मूव अहेड. वो जुड़ गए थे, आई कुड नॉट गेट इट. ओके,
Okay, I'm sorry.
इट्स ओके.
And then other factors, or in your terms, if other, please specify.
Any other factor specify.
Okay.
Now, just one thing, Mr. Chan, what I am seeing, the objective which you have said that e-retailing benefit of this over brick and mortar retailing, right? Nowhere I am coming to the point that how it is better than that. अभी आपने ये सारा बेनिफिट्स लिखते गए, बट उसका उससे कंपैरिजन है वो कहीं कहीं नहीं आया. कोई आगे क्वेश्चंस है जहाँ पे ये चीज आएगी? अभी इन टेन
There will be one
क्वेश्चंस
more.
में, 10
हाँ जी.
क्वेश्चंस में कहीं पे नहीं आया. आप ये कहते रहे कि आप यूज करते हो, कैसे करते हो, इसमें क्या होता है, कहाँ पे यूज होती है, एंड ऑल दैट, right?
The
But
last question
there is
to
no, not a
respond.
single item which says that it is better than the other.
Okay, so we will add one or more or two more questions which will be directly related to the objective itself. This we did in very hassle yesterday, and we could
कोई
not
बात
get
नहीं है,
time
but
to do.
it's just the
We will add it. We will
हाँ,
add which will be
मतलब
directly related to the objective as well.
in at certain points you may add such questions where you distinguish between the two, or you may, not distinguish, where the benefit of e-retailing over the other one is
Hmm.
given. Say I prefer e-retailing over brick and mortar because I get this type of benefit in this. तो कोई कुछ
Yes,
question
ma'am.
is क्यों? Because this shows what are the means what is the status of using e-retailing, right?
Okay.
And
Yes, ma'am.
what is the means use of it. That's all. It's not comparing with the other, जो कि आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव है, या आपका
We will
ऑब्जेक्टिव
put
डिफरेंट वे से,
one or two questions
या
like.
ऑब्जेक्टिव इस तरह से होना चाहिए that you are going to study the status of this and the benefits of this.
Yes, ma'am. We will add one
मतलब
or two
मतलब
questions
आप
which will be
तो
asked.
either of the two can be there. थोड़ा सा difference है यहाँ पे, objectives versus the questionnaire
Okay.
items, right? Yes, you move to the
We will.
next 11th item. Hmm.
These were all, ma'am, for the time being. We will add one or two, the time consuming or ease of shopping. Like these type of questions can be added to find the direct comparison between the two.
जैसे means e-retailing में it is fast, hmm? It
Yes.
in my hands at my own place. I am able to means see compare so many brands and everything. कुछ इस तरह से questions होने चाहिए which show that you are comparing the two also, right? तो यहाँ पे सिर्फ ई रिटेलिंग पर फोकस मत करें. So thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chan, for doing a wonderful job in the short time. I congratulate your group. So then now I move to
There is one more presentation from the same.
हाँ जी, मैं ना आप पे दोबारा आऊंगी. Let me
Oh,
first give chance to everybody first, and then we
sure.
will means of course if time permits we will have more presentations also.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks for the
Thank you.
opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I move to C.V. Raman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar, Odisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. आपकी कल तो नहीं ना हुई थी?
Technical नहीं हुई क्या?
हाँ जी.
Where
तो
shall
ठीक है सर. आप हाँ जी सर, कौन करेगा प्रेजेंट? एंड
Mr. Tanmay Kumar Das from Computer Science Department.
नाम क्या बताया?
Tanmay Kumar Das. Mr. Tanmay Kumar Das from CSC.
हाँ जी सर, ठीक है सर. तन्मय कुमार दास. ओके सर. सो स्क्रीन शेयर करेंगे सर जरा?
मैडम कर रहा हूं.
हाँ जी सर. थोड़ा अगेन इट इज कमिंग फ्रॉम दी वर्ड फाइल, तो फॉन्ट थोड़ा बड़ा कर दें.
बस ओके. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes sir. Evaluation of an existing application of software product. Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
हाँ जी, good morning.
This is Tanmay.
Yes sir.
So, the format we have made to get the opinion from different categories of the users of our existing application software product, and what we feel like to upgrade it.
Okay.
So initially we do look for.
Can you specify the name of the software, or you are made it a general one?
No, I have made it general.
Okay. Okay.
This is something
But
like.
let's say if you are going to upgrade particular software application, then instead of just mentioning is general type of thing that it was simple to use this application, then you will replace the word with that application of that software.
Exactly.
Am I right? Okay, then you move ahead, please.
So the name, profession, and age.
No, there should be some instructions.
No instructions. Actually, our intention is I like to pull those type of users, mostly using our products.
You may go anywhere. Instructions means right in the beginning you will say that okay, we wish to upgrade this application of this software, as you are the prominent customer or the user for this type of software. Your information provided by you will be of immense importance to you, and so we request you to spare some time for this. Anonymity in this regard will be our top priority. So means this type of thing should be written still in the beginning of the questionnaire. You just directly don't start it, right? Some instructions should be there. Okay, then next, okay, you move.
These are the questionnaires.
Hanji, very first what I am reading, it was simple to use this application, right? Can we ask some questions for how long you are using this software? कुछ इस तरह बैकग्राउंड कुछ नहीं बनानी है आपने, सीधा ही मीन्स you are going to go for this. It's not means compulsory. I'm just asking because you can go directly also. So it was simple to use this application. मैं देख रही हूँ कि आपका साबी का जो आंसर है that is coming in terms of strongly agree, disagree, neutral, agree, strongly agree,
Yeah.
राइट. तो जब ये इस तरह की स्केल होती है तो हम क्या करते हैं, ऑन वन साइड वी राइट द आइटम्स, और दूसरी साइड पे हम ये सारी ऑप्शंस लिख देते हैं, स्ट्रांगली, डिसएग्री, डिसएग्री, लाइक दैट. तो स्टूडेंट हैज जस्ट टू, respondent has just to tick mark in that appropriate column for it. आप वो रिपीट करते जाते हो, otherwise this questionnaire will become too lengthy, because in all the options you are writing, sorry, all these 5 options again and again, so it will make unnecessarily your questionnaire lengthy one, right? So it's better that you write, maybe you write in the instructions itself that so many questions are there which will be seeking your agreement to disagreement for various statements. They will be as strongly disagree this, उसको आप चाहे एब्रीवेशन से ले जाएं कि स्ट्रांगली डिसएग्री के लिए ये स्टैंड करता है, इसके लिए ये स्टैंड करता है, फिर एक टेबुलर फॉर्म में उनको डाल दें, वहां पे वो एनसर्कल करते चले जाएं, राइट? ओके, yes, next, what is the second question?
I can effectively complete the evaluation of my task using this application.
Application, good. Yes.
Next is, it was easy to learn to use this application.
Application, right.
And the next question was, the application gives error messages that clearly tell me how to fix problems.
Okay.
Next one is the information such as user interface text, on-screen messages, and user manual. Those are provided with the software is very clear to me.
अब आपने दोनों चीजें इकट्ठी ले ली ना, कि इंटरफेस टेक्स्ट, ऑन स्क्रीन मैसेजेस एंड यूजर मैनुअल. हम इनको, हो सकता है इनमें से 3 में से 2 ठीक हो तो आप उसको सेपरेट कर दो, जिससे हर एक का अलग एटीट्यूड, हर एक के बारे में अलग परसेप्शन आपको मिल जाए. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, गुड.
Next one is, the application runs fine on my personal computer of standard configuration.
Okay, okay.
And the next one is, overall I am satisfied with this application.
Okay.
And finally we have added one line, any suggestions if any.
Yes.
On towards the improvement the features of the existing software product, please add in 2 to 3 lines.
Okay.
And finally, thank you very much for your sincere cooperation. Then this much we have added, that how we will be evaluating the opinions from different users. We have taken 5 points Likert scale.
Okay, okay. Now, though I have not gone into the development of the Likert scale in the questionnaire, whenever you have the Likert scale, it's when you are measuring such type of attitude, it's better that you put certain, ideally you should have equal number of positive and negative statements, but in any case there should be some negative statements as well, which say that it was say tedious you use this, it would take a lot of time to adjust with the earlier configuration of my computer, such type of certain, so that we are open to both the aspects for the usage. अब आप मेरे को इसको ना फर्स्ट लाइन पे ले जाइए, आप इसको यू जस्ट रोल बैक. एक आपने जो लिखा है ना, आप क्वेश्चन का नंबर ABC डाल रहे हैं और स्ट्रांगली एग्री डिसएग्री को 1 2 3 4 5 कर रहे हैं, तो वो जब दूसरी तरफ आ जाएगा तो वो अपने आप ही कॉलम में SD वगैरह आ जाएगा, और जो आइटम नंबर है वो 1 2 3 4 में ठीक लगता है. एक आप वो कर लें. अब जब आपने कहा है ना, इवैल्यूएशन ऑफ एन एग्जिस्टिंग एप्लीकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोडक्ट, टू माय माइंड यू कैन करेक्ट मी, आई अंडरस्टूड कि कोई एप्लीकेशन है जिसकी आपने अपग्रेडेशन अभी करनी है, so you are getting feedback कि लोगों को क्या मुश्किल आ रही है उसमें, right? Now you should have some questions where you feel difficulties will be there. At the end you may say that what type of difficulties you have faced. You may at certain points, because at times the customer user is not telling you कि इस तरह की मुश्किल आई है, वो आपने कहीं स्कोप ही नहीं छोड़ा है, तो आपने तो सारा अपना ना पॉजिटिव पॉजिटिव ले लिया। तो जब आपने प्रेजेंट एप्लीकेशन को अपग्रेड करना है, तो अगर अपग्रेडेशन आपका एम है, देयर आर टू थिंग्स। अगर एक तो है कि एप्लीकेशन नहीं बनाई एंड यू वांट टू नो फ्रॉम द कस्टमर कि वो यूजर फ्रेंडली और सारा ठीक है उसमें, देयर इज वन एम। पर अगर आपका है कि उसी एप्लीकेशन को आपने आगे अपग्रेड करना है, इट मींस जो लोग, जो यूजर को आज मुश्किल आ रही है, बट द डिफिकल्टीज दे आर फेसिंग, उनको अपग्रेड करने के लिए, उनको बेटर बनाने के लिए कुछ क्वेश्चंस ऐसे जरूर आने चाहिए जो उनकी डिफिकल्टीज को रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहे हों, जो आप सोचते हैं कि डिफिकल्टीज हो सकती हैं। नाउ यू आर द बेस्ट जज कि आप किस पर्पज से इसको लेके चल रहे हैं। अगर तो पुराना बनाया हुआ आप उसको टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं कि हाँ जो हमने सोचा था इट इज गिविंग दैट रिजल्ट, देन इट इज ओके। But if you are going to upgrade it, then you have to add more questions which tell you what exactly at what points the user is finding difficulty. तभी आप upgrade करोगे ना उसको.
That means from the developer end, that we will
Yes.
be supplying possible different information so that will help the users
Yes. Yes.
to give the feedback, especially the limitations of our software product.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। जैसे आप देखो ना, जो इसमें स्मार्टफोन्स में होता है, कोई एप्लीकेशन आती है, किसी एप्लीकेशन को जब यूजर उसको यूज कर रहा होता है तो उसको लगता है हाई ये भी होता, दिस कुड हैव आल्सो बीन देयर along with this type of application। अच्छा मैं इसको स्टोर कर सकूं, मैं इसको डाउनलोड कर सकूं, मैं इसको मींस वायरस भी ना आए, कई चीजें आ गई ना उस प्रोडक्ट में। तो वो सारी जो एप्लीकेशन की एडिशनल चीजें आई हैं, आप उसके बारे में आगे क्वेश्चंस पूछोगे कि क्या चाहता है कस्टमर आपका। कुछ तो आप सोच रहे हैं कि ओके इफ आई डू दिस थिंग तो एप्लीकेशन, मेरी सेम एप्लीकेशन विल बी अपग्रेडेड, पर कुछ जो है आपको यूजर बता सकता है कि उसको क्या डिफिकल्टी आई थी। तो वो जो क्वेश्चंस है, अगर एम आपका अपग्रेडेशन है, देन सच टाइप ऑफ मोर क्वेश्चंस शुड बी एडेड टू इट so that you come with some concrete suggestions from them जिससे आप इसको बेटर बना सकते हैं।
मतलब जो नेगेटिव चीजें जो है हमारे सॉफ्टवेयर, जो लिमिटेशंस, वो भी हमें जानना चाहिए।
वो नेगेटिव भी देखो और स्कोप देखो। आप अगर सोचते हैं कि इट वुड हैव बीन बेटर इफ आई कुड store these things on my phone, if I could means use two things simultaneously। मान लो आपकी जो, I'm just saying hypothetically, you know the better, say there is one application, अगर आप उसको यूज करते हो तो simultaneously दूसरी को यूज करना मुश्किल हो जाता है, but the customer needs both of them at a single point, राइट तो आप उसको किस तरह से, जब तक इस तरह के कुछ क्वेश्चंस आप कस्टमर के दिमाग में नहीं डालेंगे, तब तक वो आपको एडिशनल क्वेश्चंस भी शायद ना दे पाए। तो कुछ एंड में आप ओपन एंडेड क्वेश्चंस भी रख सकते हैं कि गिव सम सजेशंस टू इम्प्रूव दिस टाइप ऑफ थिंग। सो यू मे से व्हाट टाइप ऑफ डिफिकल्टीज यू फेस्ड इन यूजिंग इट। तो वो कुछ क्वेश्चंस आ जाएंगे, उसमें से एक दो डिफिकल्टीज आप खुद बता दो कि ये डिफिकल्टी आई थी, ये आई थी, फिर उसको कहो कि बाकी आप तुम बताओ। So that will help you in including those type of features in the upgraded application.
So on some part of our questionnaire, we must have to think of that we are like users.
Yes, you are. They are the users, and what type of what is their need? तभी आप अपग्रेड करना चाहते हैं ना, क्योंकि अगर आप अपने आप से अपग्रेड करते हैं तो इट्स डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ थिंग, फिर तो आपको शायद सर्वे की उतनी जरूरत ही ना पड़े। बट इफ यू रियली वांट टू सी फ्रॉम द कस्टमर यूजर एंगल, देन यू हैव टू लुक फॉर द अदर थिंग्स आल्सो, राइट।
मैम हमने मतलब एक सैंपल सामने रखा है, बट थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर सिंसियर एडवाइस एंड वी विल बी पुटिंग एवरीथिंग देयर इनटू दैट।
I congratulate you that yesterday, I think from your center only, you said that we go more for the experimental studies, but really I appreciate the efforts put in by you and your team for designing and thinking in this direction. Thank you, Mr. Tanmay Kumar Das and your team. Thank you. Okay, we move to the next center. द्रोणाचार्य कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग ज्वाइन कर लिया है इन्होंने, गुड़गांव का, नोएडा का तो हो चुका था कल। या TITS भिवानी देख लो। द्रोणाचार्य है, बुला दो
Hello,
फिर.
ma'am.
हेलो. हाँ जी.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am,
गुड मॉर्निंग.
due to some technical reasons, we could not do the questionnaire yesterday. Could you please give us some more time?
चलो आपका थोड़ा एंड में ले जाते हैं.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
हाँ. और मैं सभी को ही कह रही हूँ, आप लोग ना काफी दूर बैठते हैं, हमें पता ही नहीं चलता कि आप कितने लोग बैठे हुए हैं. अब मुझे जैसे 16 तो नहीं दिख रहे हैं, बट एग्जैक्ट नंबर मुझे नहीं पता चल रहा, बट आई थिंक 16 नहीं है, 16 से कम है. तो मुझे आप अपने इस सेशन की अटेंडेंस भेज देंगे अलग. टोटल डे की तो चाहिए ही है, इस सेशन की भी आप अलग भेज दें. एंड आई आफ्टर हैविंग वन राउंड आई विल गेट बैक टू यू फॉर द प्रेजेंटेशन.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
वेलकम. चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी घड़ुआ.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I am sharing the questionnaire with you.
Yes, sir.
This is the questionnaire. You are getting that?
नहीं, अभी हमें शेयरिंग में नहीं आया. आप आगे. Okay. So, may I know the name of the presenter?
Ma'am, my name is Aditya Ranjan. I am a tourism faculty in the University Institute of Hotel Management, Gurgaon.
Yes, sir. So, आदित्य जी, आप अपनी टीम की तरफ से फिर ये क्वेश्चनर प्रेजेंट करें. थैंक यू.
मैम, आपको क्वेश्चनर विजिबल है मैम?
एक्सक्यूज मी.
क्वेश्चनर विजिबल है मैम?
नहीं, अभी फिर पहले था, अब फिर शेयरिंग से चला गया.
जस्ट a minute.
आपके आज कितने लोग प्रेजेंट हैं? हाँ जी, आपके कितने लोग प्रेजेंट हैं?
मैम, हमारे 15 लोग हैं यहाँ पे.
हाँ जी, मुझे सभी
15.
दिखाई नहीं दे रहे हैं.
Just
15
a
है.
minute, ma'am. 15, yes.
हाँ जी, आप जरा अटेंडेंस लेके इस ग्रुप की भी थोड़ा मुझे भेज दीजिए. आपके टोटल वैसे 19 हैं जो रजिस्टर हुए हैं. यस. स्क्रीन को मिनिमाइज करें फिर पीपीटी ओपन करें. हाँ जी, नाउ इट इज विजिबल.
Now it is visible, ma'am?
नाउ इट इज विजिबल. यस.
Okay, ma'am.
यस.
Basically, the objective of study is, ma'am, assessment of medical facilities for developing tourism in India.
ओके.
And this questionnaire has been prepared for the foreign medical tourists who are coming for treatment in India.
ओके.
Okay, and I have given in the first few points as a common, that is name of the person.
And here Aditya, I will like to have one clarification. आपका इसमें जो sample है वो foreign tourists, वो tourists ही है. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Foreign
Yes, ma'am.
tourists who are coming only for the medical treatment. Am I
Yes,
right?
medical. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Because then I will means look at the questions with that frame in my mind. Okay, you
Yes.
go ahead now. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Now, first question is about the service provided by the hospital are satisfactory. Then I have put the 3 points, that is yes, no, and can't say.
Okay.
And then next question is treatment provided at the hospitals is hygienic. Yes, no, or can't say.
Aditya, I will like to stop you here for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing in the instructions you have not said that, okay, the same thing that you appreciate the concern of the person to spare time for you. So what is the purpose and like that. So 3-4 lines for instructions and telling the purpose and the anonymity like that. Then if you are saying is service provided by hospitals are satisfactory. Now there are so many hospitals. So are you targeting some specific group? Because maybe from nature of hospital to hospital, the services might be very different.
Yes, ma'am.
So how can you get the picture of that assessment about the hospitals?
मैम बेसिकली मैंने ये क्वेश्चनर बहुत जल्दी जल्दी में बनाया है. एक्चुअली आई एम डूइंग अ रिसर्च वर्क ऑन द मेडिकल टूरिज्म इटसेल्फ.
Yes.
उसमें मैंने मैम दिल्ली एनसीआर एंड द नॉर्दर्न रीजन ऑफ द कंट्री, इनके जितने भी NABH एंड JCI accredited hospitals हैं, there are 13 hospitals in northern India हैविंग जेसीआई एक्रीडेशन, मैं
Okay.
उसके ऊपर काम कर रहा हूँ मैं।
ओके तो
तो
फिर आप आई थिंक इट इज बेटर कि आप थोड़ा सा अपने उसमें ये भी रखें कि किस तरह के हॉस्पिटल्स का वो दे रहे हैं
यस
फीडबैक,
मैम,
कोई ऐसा कॉलम भी हो ना कि कौन से हॉस्पिटल में वो गया है, अदरवाइज जो फाइंडिंग्स आएंगी वो उसको आप ठीक तरह से कन्वर्ज नहीं कर पाएंगे।
ओके मैम,
At
थैंक यू
least
मैम।
at the back of your mind you should have some idea कि जैसे
यस मैम,
अपोलो का है किसी और का है तो वो किस किस के ग्रुप्स का क्या है, हो सकता है किसी एक में हो, किसी में दूसरे उसी के जो मीन्स है आल्केमिस्ट उस वहां पे ये चीज है या नहीं है, मीन्स कुछ तो आपके सामने आए ना कि हाँ इस तरह के हॉस्पिटल्स में ये चीज है एज कम्पेयर टू दिस टाइप ऑफ मीन्स हॉस्पिटल्स में नहीं है। तो इसीलिए कहते हैं कि शुरू में इंस्ट्रक्शंस में लिख दो कि एनोनिमिटी रखोगे एंड एट द सेम टाइम आप यहाँ पे लिख दो कि कौन से हॉस्पिटल में वो उन्होंने विजिट किया है,
यस मैम,
राइट। अगर वो आपका डाटा उसमें नहीं भी चाहिए इवन देन आपके उसमें रहना चाहिए कि कहीं पे कई बार होता है जब आप देखते हो ना तो वेरिएशन इतनी आ रही होती है एंड यू फाइंड दैट इट इज ओनली विद वन ग्रुप ऑफ वन टाइप ऑफ हॉस्पिटल्स ओनली, राइट। तो वो थोड़ा सा मीन्स आपको बेटर रिजल्ट्स दे देगा।
ओके मैम,
यस ओके
यस
देन
मैम। Next question is that are the hospitals are satisfied with the government contribution? That is, most of the hospitals are having a support from the government regarding medical tourism. So, is that hospital is facilitated with the government's contribution or not?
Aditya, I'm sorry, I am again interrupting you. Though the effort done in the small time is appreciable, but still, I have one point. Are you asking these questions from the person who has come for the treatment here?
Yes, ma'am.
This
Because
is what I asked. Now, as a customer, say I am coming from some other country, can I really know that the government contribution? What is the government contribution to any hospital?
ma'am, if
I
the
don't think any patient is concerned, even concerned with the government contribution. The person is concerned only the service provided to the person. अगर आपने ये क्वेश्चन पूछना है that this question should go to the hospital administration people. वो आपको बता सकते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन से वो सेटिस्फाइड हैं, आती है टाइम पे नहीं आती है, देयर मे बी एन नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस रिलेटेड टू दैट।
ma'am, basically when I was having a survey in Delhi, तो उसमें मैं 40s में गया था।
हाँ
तो
जी
they are having tie-ups with different countries, वहाँ की लोकल गवर्नमेंट के साथ उनका tie-ups है, या तो वहाँ के जो पेशेंट्स आते हैं मैम, तो
हाँ जी
फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दैट कंट्री दे प्रोवाइड सम इज लाइक वीजा फी माफ कर दी जाती है, या उनकी कोई अदर फॉर्मेलिटीज है वो वहाँ से वेव ऑफ कर दी जाती है।
फिर आप इतना जनरलाइज्ड क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछें कि मतलब ये क्वेश्चन ना ऐसे लग रहा है कि आप प्राइवेट से फोर्टिस या कोई भी हॉस्पिटल है उसको इंडियन गवर्नमेंट कितनी कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रही है, जो आप कह रहे हैं वो नहीं है। और ये जो है ना वीजा फी एग्जम्प्ट करनी, तो ये हॉस्पिटल को नहीं दी गई है, ये तो उस इंडिविजुअल को उनकी गवर्नमेंट ने दे दी क्योंकि उनका हॉस्पिटल के साथ टाई अप था।
यस मैम,
गेटिंग माय पॉइंट। तो वो
Yes,
चीज है कि आपकी गवर्नमेंट ने फॉर दिस ट्रीटमेंट आपको किस तरह से हेल्प किया है, वेविंग ऑफ वीजा फी मींस ट्रैवलिंग अकम्पनी द ट्रैवल ऑफ द अकम्पनी इज फ्री, मतलब उस तरह में ना यहाँ पे कुछ उसको डायरेक्शन दो आगे कि किस
Okay, ma'am.
फॉर्म में है, क्योंकि मॉनिटरी हो सकता है हो ही नहीं, आपको कंट्रीब्यूशन वो समझ ही नहीं रहा है। एंड इफ द पर्सन, एक पर्सन सोचता है ओके मुझे वीजा फी मिल गई, दूसरा सोचता है अच्छा मेरा स्टे हो गया था, पर आपको यहाँ से कुछ नहीं पता चलेगा एनालिसिस के वक्त कि आपने रियली गवर्नमेंट ने क्या दिया था। अच्छा एक आप फिर कह रहे हो सेटिस्फाइड, सेटिस्फाइड मेरे लिए है कि वीजा फी भी दे, मेरे ट्रैवल भी बियर करे। दूसरा पर्सन होता कहता है मैं तो वीजा फी मिल गई इसी से सेटिस्फाइड हूँ। तो दोनों का जो डिफरेंस है वो आपके इस आंसर में नहीं कवर हो रहा है। सो यू कैन थिंक ऑफ ऑन दोस लाइंस आल्सो। हाँ जी और
डेफिनेटली मैम।
हाँ जी और आगे
Like should hospitals in India have to increase their surgery facilities? Like whatever the facilities they are having, then
नहीं अब ये भी देखो एक बाहर से पेशेंट आया हुआ वो क्या बताएगा उसको, मेरे को तो जैसे गवर्नमेंट ने कहा फोर्टिस में चले जाना, ये मेरे को फैसिलिटी मिल गई, आई वेंट टू फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल। अब मैं कैसे बताऊं कि इंडिया में सर्जरी की फैसिलिटीज बढ़ रही है, मुझे तो जस्ट नोटिस में गई वहां पर है। तो ये आपका जो रिस्पोंडेंट है उसके पास ये नॉलेज नहीं है। हम कल बात कर रहे थे ना कि वो
Yes.
क्वेश्चंस मत पूछो जिसकी नॉलेज आपके रिस्पोंडेंट के पास नहीं है। सो द रिस्पोंडेंट, योर रिस्पोंडेंट इज नॉट हैविंग, तो वो हर एक जगह पे कांट से डालता जाएगा। तो फिर एंड में आप क्या देखेंगे कि दी पर्सन्स हु आर कमिंग फॉर ट्रीटमेंट दे कांट से एनीथिंग अबाउट दिस थिंग्स। तो फिर उससे आपका थीसिस पे तो मींस फाइंडिंग्स को जो चीज आना चाहिए था वो चीजें आपकी नहीं आ पाएंगी। अच्छा, फिर आर इंडियंस अवेयर ऑफ मेडिकल टूरिज्म? अब मैं जो एक पर्सन मान लो मलेशिया से या कहीं से आया है, उसको क्या पता है कि भी इंडियन के जो लोकल हैं दे आर मेडिकल टूरिज्म की अवेयरनेस है उनको? Ask those questions which go with your objective. Ask those questions which the respondent has the knowledge to answer.
ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
Okay, ma'am.
मैं आपका एरिया बहुत नया है, आई अप्रिशिएट इट। आप एक इस क्वेश्चन पे रुक जाए, आपने नंबरिंग नहीं डाली। टोटल टूरिस्ट विजिटिंग एट इंडियन हॉस्पिटल्स। अब देखो, मैं अगर कोई मलेशिया से एक पेशेंट आया, उसको क्या पता कि कितने लोग आ रहे हैं। फिर आपका यहाँ ओवरलैपिंग आ गया। जैसे आपको याद है कल हमने जब एज का किया था 15 टू 20, 20 टू, तो वही चीज आपके इसमें भी आ गई 10 टू 40%, 40 टू 80%। तो वो सारी ओवरलैपिंग जो है ये भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। इन इंडिया एज ए प्रेफरेबल डेस्टिनेशन अमंग डिफरेंट अदर कंट्रीज इन मेडिकल। आप इसमें रादर ये पूछो कि व्हाई यू हैव प्रेफर्ड इंडिया फॉर योर मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट एज कंपेयर टू अदर कंट्रीज। तो वो आपको रियली वो उसका मीन्स बताएगा कि क्यों आया है, क्या यहाँ बेटर है, चीपर है, मीन्स हॉस्पिटैलिटी अच्छी है, क्या है यहाँ पे इंडिया में। तो वो ज्यादा आपको इंफॉर्मेशन देगी। गेस्ट इज सेटिस्फाइड ऑफ सर्विसेज इन हॉस्पिटल्स। यहाँ पे मैं कहूंगी कि आर यू सेटिस्फाइड विद द सर्विसेज बाय प्रोवाइडेड बाय द हॉस्पिटल। उसमें अगर आप रेटिंग स्केल बनाना चाहते हैं तो टू सम एक्सटेंट फुली सेटिस्फाइड इस तरह से लेके जा सकते हैं। अगर आप सिर्फ सर्विस का यस नो जानना चाहते हैं चेकलिस्ट की फॉर्म में, तो एक साइड पे आप यस नो या स्केल बना लो। दूसरी तरफ आप लिस्ट ऑफ सर्विसेज की लिस्टिंग करो कि मतलब स्टे ठीक था, अटेंडेंट को वो देखा ठीक था, हाइजीन ठीक थी, मतलब वो सारी पेशेंट को राइटली अटेंड किया गया, एवरीथिंग यू आर टू पुट इट। तो फिर एंड में एनी अदर प्लीज स्पेसिफाई, तो वो चाहे वो दूसरा एंड में दे सकता है। सो मींस पॉइंट इज दैट यू आर टू पीपल आर नॉट नोइंग सो मेनी थिंग्स। आर इन इज इंडियन हॉस्पिटल सर्विसेज आर अफोर्डेबल बाई ऑल और नॉट? अब बाई ऑल और नॉट मुझे तो अपना पता है, तो मुझे सभी का तो नहीं पता है ना कि कितनी अफोर्डेबल है और किसको कितनी गवर्नमेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन मिल जाती है। राइट। सो ये जो चीजें हैं मतलब थोड़ा सा आपको यहाँ पे स्पेसिफिक करना होगा। बाकी आपका नेक्स्ट वाला ठीक है, द फिजिशियन इज इन हॉस्पिटल्स नहीं जिसमें गया है उस हॉस्पिटल का बताएगा, इज वेल ट्रेन्ड। हाँ, आप लिख दो वो डॉक्टर्स वेल ट्रेन्ड हैं, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है दैट इज अवेलेबल, सारी जो इक्विपमेंट लेटेस्ट सर्जरीज का इक्विपमेंट सारा अवेलेबल है, दैट यू कैन मेंशन। द स्टाफ इज वेल ट्रेन्ड, जहां आप स्टाफ दोनों अलग कर दो, टेक्निकल स्टाफ और जो दूसरा आप नर्सिस का उसको अलग कर दो, वो भी आप इस तरह से लेके जा सकते हो। डॉक्टर्स इफ अगर आपको इफ यू हैड मींस अवेल सर्विस ऑफ द फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट, तो उसका किस तरह से था, इस तरह से आप लेकर चलेंगे तो वो बेटर होगा। कि अच्छा जैसे सर्विस में है अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द फार्मासिस्ट इन द कैंपस, वो सारी चीजें भी आ जाएंगी। उस तरह से आप ऐसे करो कि एक इमेज बना लो कि एक हॉस्पिटल में क्या होना चाहिए, राइट। दूसरी तरफ आप बना दो कि एक बाहर से पेशेंट आ रहा है तो वो क्या बता सकता है मुझको। आपके जो ना आई वुड से कि जो आपके मन में एरियाज लिए हैं ना, दे आर ओके, एरियाज आपके ठीक हैं, पर हर एरिया की इंफॉर्मेशन जो है ना वो एक तो आपके वर्डिंग उसको समझ नहीं आएगी, एक जो पेशेंट आ रहा है या पेशेंट का अटेंडेंट जो भी होगा उसको नहीं पता चलेगी। और यहाँ पे आप कई चीजें उनसे पूछ सकते हैं, जैसे द accommodation facilities are adequate for the patients, स्टाफ इज, जो ट्रेनिंग है वो इकट्ठी ले जाओ डिफरेंट लोगों की, देयर इज इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन पेशेंट्स एट इंडियन हॉस्पिटल्स। अब देखो अगर कोई कस्टमर जाता है, ये तो आपका मीन्स कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वाला या जो एयरपोर्ट पे या कोई मेडिकल का टोटल बोर्ड हो, वो लोग ये चीजें बता सकते हैं, ये एक पेशेंट या उसका अटेंडेंट नहीं आपको बता सकेगा। आपके जो क्वेश्चनियर है इस तरह का, इट्स ए गुड स्टडी। ओनली थिंग इज कि आप इस क्वेश्चनियर को 2 या 3 पार्ट्स में ले जाएंगे। देयर आर सर्टेन थिंग्स व्हिच द कस्टमर इज टेलिंग, देयर आर सर्टेन थिंग्स जो आपको हॉस्पिटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वाले बता सकेंगे। तो इस तरह से इनको 2-3 पार्ट्स में बांट लो एंड देन गेट द रेलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द रिस्पेक्टिव पीपल, right? So but in anyway you have made a very good effort, and it's a new area which should be means studied also। और आप उसमें ये भी जा सकते हैं कि मतलब एंड में आपके अगर इस तरह का मीन्स क्लासिफाई करके जाते हैं, हॉस्पिटल का नाम भी पूछ लेते हैं, तो आपको कई चीजें पता चलेंगी कि कौन से हॉस्पिटल्स ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। नाउ मान लो कोई, मैं आई वोंट से कि कौन सा हॉस्पिटल बेटर आ रहा, कमिंग अच्छा आ रहा है, तो जो हॉस्पिटल अच्छा आता है देन दी अनदर केस स्टडी कैन बी टेकन कि वहां पे और क्या क्या बेटर है दैट पीपल आर गोइंग फॉर दैट हॉस्पिटल, सो दैट दैट टाइप ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज क्रिएटेड बाय द अदर हॉस्पिटल्स आल्सो। So yeah, that study will be of immense use for promoting tourism in this area.
Madam, one
So
question. Excuse me,
हाँ जी,
madam.
हाँ जी sir,
Madam, just I want to clear my doubt.
yes yes,
Because when one question is there, the staff is very well about hygienic.
अरे आपका आपका थोड़ा आवाज नहीं सुन रही।
That question is there. The staff is well trained about hygiene or not. I think if somebody given yes or somebody given no, then what is the conclusion?
नहीं, ये तभी तो मैं कह रही हूँ ना कि आप यस नो कांट से ले रहे हो हर एक में ही। अब यस नो मैंने कहा, आपने 10 चीजें पूछी, वो कहता कांट से, तो आपका जो फाइनल एनालिसिस आया वो क्या हो गया, पीपल कांट से अबाउट एनीथिंग।
Say, madam,
तो
that is
इसीलिए
the
मैं कह रही हूँ कि आप कुछ इस तरह की प्रोबिंग चीजें पूछो जिससे आपको पता चले कि क्या वाकई में असेसमेंट हो आपके उसकी ना, जो आपका लेकर चले हैं टॉपिक।
madam, my question is, the staff is well trained about hygienic or not may be removed because if you put that or not in that question, then if you put yes or no, I think this question should be like the staff is well trained about hygienic. Question mark. Yes, no, can say.
सबसे इससे पहले तो आप कहोगे कि हाइजीन मेंटेन की भी जाती है, देन यू से कि स्टाफ ट्रेंड है उसके लिए या नहीं।
But when you add in that question or
नहीं, कई
not,
चीजों में नहीं नहीं, यहाँ पे यस और नो चल सकता है, स्टाफ है या नहीं। अब देखो ना, एक जो पेशेंट है या अटेंडेंट है, उसको तो यही पता लगेगा ना कि हाँ भाई ये सब चीजों का ध्यान रखते हैं, दे आर केयरिंग अबाउट द हाइजीन, सो दे आर ट्रेन फॉर इट। उनको कोई उसकी डिग्री से थोड़ा पता है। पर जब आप मैंने कहा ना, एक सेक्शन आप बनाओगे हॉस्पिटल से, हॉस्पिटल वालों से आप पूछोगे कि आपका जो स्टाफ है उसकी कहाँ तक हाइजीन के लिए ट्रेनिंग ली हुई है, किस तरह की ट्रेनिंग ली हुई है उन लोगों ने, तो फिर आप बाद में कोरिलेट भी कर सकोगे चीजें कि हॉस्पिटल वाले कहते हैं उनके लोग ट्रेंड हैं, और जो यहाँ पर पेशेंट्स आ रहे हैं they also say, they are also observe, their observation is also say that their staff is trained in that. So Aditya and Ranjan ji and his team, we thank you for the pains you have taken for making this questionnaire and presenting this questionnaire. Thank you to the whole group.
Thank you,
And
ma'am. And thank you for your suggestion and recommendation. I will definitely go for that. और जो भी चीजें होगी मैम, I will go for that. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So now I go to TITS Bhivani. है ना? हाँ जी मैडम.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, this is a presentation on the questionnaire which is prepared by the technical faculty members on a topic related with management.
Okay.
It is on the topic. I hope, ma'am, PPTs are visible.
नहीं, मुझे हमें नहीं, आप शेयरिंग पे डालनी पड़ेंगी आपको. नहीं डाली है ना इन्होंने. शेयरिंग पे डालेंगे फिर.
Okay, okay, ma'am. One second.
यहाँ तो दिखाई कुछ और रहा है. ये कौन से? नहीं, ये कौन सा है?
Ma'am, now I hope it is visible.
वही है, भिवानी है. हाँ हाँ, ठीक है.
Hello.
हाँ
Ma'am,
जी.
is it visible?
Yes, now it is visible.
Ma'am, this is about the impact of offers, that is sales promotion offers in online shopping over the consumer's buying behavior.
Okay.
So here, ma'am, the objective, one objective which we had formulated yesterday was to study the perceptions of the customers towards online shopping. And the questions framed in this, before that demographic profile was prepared. Demographic profile may we have taken age. In age we have taken four different descriptions. The first is less than 20, 21 to 30 years, 31 to 40 and more than 40 years. Gender and marital status, profession, here unemployed and employed. Family monthly income we have taken less than 20,000.
Just a minute. इनका नाम क्या है? May I know your name?
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Sunita Bharatwal.
Doctor?
Sunita Bharatwal, ma'am.
सुनीता. मैडम, आपने जो लिखा है ना प्रोफेशन, तो अनएम्प्लॉयड एम्प्लॉयड तो कोई प्रोफेशन नहीं होता है. I think
this has to be actually modified. We were supposed to, it was a typing error. We were writing housewives and the profession in the banks and the others also. So three categories we had taken. We were just discussing about it and we wrote it. So I really apologize on that.
मतलब ये आपके जहन में है कि this is not the profession. Yes.
Exactly, ma'am. Exactly. Then after this, the question first we had taken is online shopping. Ma'am, we have taken 5-point scale. Likker's 5-point scale here. Strongly agree to strongly disagree. And first question is online shopping has become very common and acceptable these days. Second question is goods received from online shopping are as good as promised and projected.
एक मिनट, आपने फिर इसी में दो चीजें इकट्ठे ले ली हैं. Goods received from online shopping are as good as promised and projected. तो आप दोनों चीजें लेना चाहती हैं, एक लेंगे या दोनों को अलग कर दो? आपने दो चीजें कर दी ना, डबल बैरल क्वेश्चन बन गया.
ठीक है मैम, ठीक है. We can take two questions. I think we can print two out of it. Then third question is online shopping saves time and effort, ma'am.
Okay.
And this is online mode of payment is safe.
Yes.
Then cost in online shopping is reasonably less than shopping from retail outlets.
Okay.
Then option of exchange and return policies in online shopping is a motivating factor.
Okay.
Cash on delivery option influences the online purchasing.
Right.
Online shopping offers broader brand selection options. We can see various brands together and make a comparative analysis. Keeping this in mind, we have framed this.
Okay.
And question 9 is online shopping leads to purchasing of unimportant and unnecessary articles or goods. And last question is, ma'am, absence of indoor salesperson influences the consumers. Actually, ma'am, influences की जगह यहाँ पे effect आएगा मेरे ख्याल से. I'm sorry for this.
Okay.
Absence of indoor salesperson affects the customer's purchase behavior in online shopping.
नहीं, ये थोड़ा ठीक नहीं बन रहा है. Absence of indoor salesperson
influences. मैम, क्योंकि रिटेल में जो इंडोर सेल्स पर्सन होते हैं, they affect the purchase behavior of the customers, purchase decisions rather. और इसमें क्योंकि वो होता नहीं ऑनलाइन में, so I wanted to actually influence कि what is the effect going to be. मैम, बिहेवियर की जगह डिसीजन लेने से चल जाएगा.
परचेज बिहेवियर ठीक, ये थोड़ा क्वेश्चन ठीक नहीं लग रहा है.
परचेज डिसीजन लिखे तो चलेगा.
Customer decisions are not influenced by the salespersons in online shopping. Customers purchase decisions are not influenced or affected, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, by the salespersons.
Ma'am, but sometimes indoor salespersons, ma'am, they do influence, their behavior also influence.
वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ ना.
Ma'am, indoor salespersons, they influence the way
मैं इसी चीज को जो आपने लिखे मैं वही बात ही कह रही हूँ, सिर्फ मैंने सेंटेंस स्ट्रक्चर बदला है. मैं कह रही हूँ कस्टमर्स परचेज डिसीजंस आर नॉट इन्फ्लुएंस्ड इन by the indoor sales in online shopping. तो इंडोर से जो शुरू हो रहा था ना सेंटेंस, वो थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन लग रहा था. अच्छा, अब आपने जो ये 10 स्टेटमेंट्स ली है ना, इसको आप एक टेबल फॉर्म में ऑन वन साइड यू पुट दी स्टेटमेंट्स, और दूसरी तरफ अब आपका ना ये 5 पेज ले लेता है और बार बार स्ट्रांगली एग्री लिखना पड़ता है. तो वो दूसरी तरफ आप रेटिंग स्केल डाल देंगे, जिसको वो एनसर्कल करेगा या टिक कर देगा. आप इंस्ट्रक्शंस में लिख देंगे दैट दी योर मींस योर व्यूज आर डिजायर्ड फ्रॉम दी on certain online shopping aspects.
Okay, ma'am.
The statements are given, the responses are to be in the form of this. वहाँ पे आप उसके strongly agree के SA abbreviation बनाकर दूसरी तरफ बना दें. And here also आपको थोड़ा सा objective उसका क्या आप क्यों करना चाहते हैं. Then anonymity and all these things you are to mention right in the beginning. तो वो instructions में आपके questionnaire में आएगा. So well done, Dr. Sunita and Jyoti, who have put in efforts to design this questionnaire. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And we have another presentation also from our college. So
we will see if time permits. We will go for that also.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Now we move to Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. जोड़े तो हाँ जी, आर यू रेडी? गवर्नमेंट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज भरतपुर. Government Engineering College Bharatpur, are you ready with the presentation? Hello, हाँ जी सर, आपका आवाज सुनाई दी है, पर I am not able to see your class and center.
There are technical problems, so that video was not available.
I could not get you, sir.
Ma'am, there is a technical problem here, so that the video is not visible to you.
Okay, so I moved to the Sri Sukhmani Polytechnic College, Derabasi. Sri Sukhmani Polytechnic College, Derabasi.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. हाँ जी, आपके 30 के 30 लोग आए हुए हैं, थोड़े कम दिख रहे हैं मुझको तो. How many are there?
Right now 15 are sitting.
30 में से 50% है.
Ma'am, some inspection team has come in our college. So
आप जो लोग प्रेजेंट हैं, आप उनके नाम लिख के मुझे दे देंगे इस वाले सेशन के, एंड इन द इवनिंग सभी के आ जाएंगे. हाँ जी, yes, presentation from your side.
हाँ जी मैम.
Good morning, ma'am.
हाँ जी, गुड आफ्टरनून. कौन दे रहा है प्रेजेंटेशन? और आपने ये प्रेजेंटेशन अभी शेयरिंग पे नहीं डाली है.
Ma'am, we have already shared.
Okay, now it is okay.
it okay? Okay, ma'am. Fine.
Yes,
Ma'am,
आपका may I know your name?
ma'am, Nalish Verma.
Yes, हाँ जी, Mr. Lalit, you
Ma'am,
continue
Nalish.
with
It's Nalish.
Nalish. Am I
Yes,
right
ma'am.
now?
Yes, Nalish.
Nalish.
Yes,
हाँ जी,
ma'am.
Nalish जी, you can
Ma'am, we
start
have
with the things.
yes, ma'am. We have prepared a survey for which is to be completed for setting up a new residential complex named Royal Aerocity in Mohali Aerospace Periphery. And our objective is to just check the feasibility of setting up this new residential. Uh, ma'am,
टू चेक नहीं होता, टू स्टडी होता है यहाँ पे. ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू स्टडी द फिजिबिलिटी ऑफ. टू चेक नहीं करते हैं आप, कहीं कोई इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स लगाकर कोई चेकिंग थोड़ा करने जा रहे हैं ना. यू आर जस्ट स्टडिंग द थिंग्स. ओके, नेक्स्ट.
ma'am, the instruction set is we are offering a residential project, Royal Aerocity, adjacent to already developed Aerocity. Through this demand survey, we aim to assess the demand for size of plots, customer preference, and overall feasibility of setting up this new residential project.
Okay.
The questionnaire starts, what size of plot do you prefer to own? First is 5 marla size, 8 marla, 10 marla. The second question is, how much money do you like to invest in this colony? 20 to 25 lakhs, 26 to 50 lakhs, or more than 50 lakhs? The third question is, do you prefer to have a gated society? It's simple yes
What
or
you
no.
mean by gated society?
Gated society means, ma'am, the society covered with a boundary wall plus a security gate.
अब देखो, मुझे ये चीज नहीं मालूम थी. राइट, आई वाज सेइंग कि वो बाउंड्री और सिक्योरिटी तो होती होती है सभी में. अब मेरी तरह कई रिस्पोंडेंट्स होंगे जिनको ये चीज नहीं पता चलेगी कि आप सिक्योरिटी और बाउंड्री की कह रहे हैं. व्हाई डोंट वी यूज द वर्ड्स व्हिच आर मोर कॉमन एंड मोर फेमिलियर टू द पर्सन्स, to the audience from whom you are going to get the information.
Okay, ma'am.
Because it's not, if it is a technical term, even then the common person is not knowing it. We understand more that the boundary is there and the security is there, provision for security is there.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
And these two again may differ. It is having boundary without security, it may be having
boundary with
security as well. So आप इस क्वेश्चन को भी अलग कर देंगे कि मेरे लिए तो बाउंड्री इनफ है, मुझे नहीं सिक्योरिटी का फर्क पड़ता, एंड इफ द चार्जेस आर लेस फॉर दैट.
Okay, ma'am.
So you can think of that. Okay.
And the fourth is, do you want a power backup in the complex?
अब do you want power backup जो है ना, वो उसको भी आप एक्सटेंड ले सकते हो कि हमेशा बैकअप अवेलेबल हो, पार्शल हो, कुछ वो भी आप उसमें, if you feel like this, if you see some trend like that is there, and if you feel that some costs may be involved in that, तो किसी की कॉस्ट सेविंग होगी तो वो कहेंगे कि ठीक है, हमें अगर इस तरह का मिलता है तो that will go, that you means that you can think on that lines also. Yes.
We can. The next is, ma'am, open discussion, that is any other additional amenities that you want.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's done. नहीं, जब आप amenities कह रहे हो ना, why don't you mention some of them?
Ma'am, we have made it in open question. That is.
हाँ, तो नहीं पता क्या होता है, किसी को मीन्स सब कुछ वो पता है, किसी को नहीं पता है amenities किस तरह की हो सकती हैं. If you give some means options, then it gives and the end you say specify more. Any other, you can list more also. You may give. It can be number of things. Some shopping center, parking and everything. There can be number of some lawns, garden, some community center like that. So that you can see. Okay, well done, Mr. Nalish. आपने बहुत अच्छी effort किया, and you and your team made very good presentation. We congratulate you, and welcome. Now we come to PPS Institute of Technology, Vijayawada.
Good morning, madam.
Yes, good morning.
I'm sharing the.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, we are from Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. We are also ready with slides, but we are not on camera actually.
तो फिर चलो अब हमसे आपसे कुछ क्वेश्चंस बढ़वा लेंगे, पहले ये विजयवाड़ा वाले कर लें, उसके बाद वी विल बी बैक टू.
We can share our slides on the. We can share our slides on the screen.
ओके, मैं पहले इनका खत्म करके ना, ये विजयवाड़ा का दे हैव स्टार्टेड, सो देन वी विल मूव टू यू, राइट?
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I would like to give a small presentation on a small topic regarding
may I know your name?
My name is Krishna Prasad, madam. CS department here. Krishna Prasad.
Krishna Prasad.
Yes, madam.
Yes, Mr. Krishna Prasad ji, I will like to know one thing here. I think is breathing problem episodic or
Actually, the concept is the development of an expert system in medical diagnosis by using computational intelligence.
Okay.
Among various diseases, we have considered asthma.
Okay.
Why? Because nowadays the people are suffering with asthma or allergy associated diseases, or some kind of disorders with gastric or other problems.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that whether the patient is suffering with exactly asthma or other diseases.
Okay.
Based on that one, we have considered some doctor's information. Based on that one, we have prepared a questionnaire. 13 questionnaire we have prepared for this one.
Now, who will be answering these questions?
Yeah,
what is your sample? What is your sample?
Actually, we have two ways that can be analyzed this process, madam.
Yes.
The first approach is the time of consultation, a doctor will ask these questions the patient. In the same scenario, we try to develop an expert system without consulting the doctor, so that the patient will identify whether he is suffering with asthma or asthma associated disorders or something like that.
Sorry, Mr. Krishna Prasad, I could not get it. Say this questionnaire, who will be the sample? Who are the respondents for this questionnaire? Who will be filling this data?
Patients directly.
Patients directly. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So the point is that you go to some OPD and of that nature, and the patients present there, you will be giving this questionnaire to them. Am I right in saying this thing?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Okay. Now you come to the questionnaire. वो इसको फिर से sharing पे डाल दो. Yes, go on.
One second. Now is it okay, madam?
Yes.
Yeah, I have prepared 13 questions, madam, for this analysis for diagnosis of asthma disease. The first question is breathing problem episodic or paraxial intermittent?
Okay.
Based on this one, the patient or the person who does the consultant or for consultancy, the doctor, we are choosing only yes or no possibilities. Okay. The second question is breathing problem associated with cough or not? Do you feel that the tightness of the chest? Some people may feel that the chest based on it may be suffering with gastric problem or it may be suffering with the cardiac problem.
Here I will like to say, when you are saying asking a patient is breathing problem episodic or paraxial intermittent, how can a patient tell such a technical answer to this? Then likewise for the second one also. Third is really good question, which the patient really is feeling. So do you feel tightness of chest? He can say that whether he is feeling or not. Yes. Likewise, the second question should be in terms of that only. That do you have breathing problem associated with cough also? So it should be changed, because the patient should, if I go to the first problem, whether it is episodic or these are two technical terms for a patient to interpret or respond to that.
Okay, madam. I will change the
second question also you change and ask in terms of that you are asking the respondent. I must appreciate second and third. If you change the second one wording, put it in the terms of do you feel like that, then second and third questions are really which any patient, if he is having that type of problem, can of course respond to that.
The fourth question is breathing problem associated with? Does the problem it
Now,
occurs
now
occasionally?
in fourth question you have added two things. Is breathing problem associated with wheeze? This is a separate thing. And does the problem occurs seasonal? Yes or no, this is a separate thing.
Okay.
So split this question into two parts.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
The fifth one is, does the problem occur early in the mornings or nights?
Okay.
The sixth one is, does the problem occurs or becomes?
नहीं, आप mornings में और nights में how can you means think कि he has responded for the morning or night, or it doesn't matter, the thing will remain same. Morning even night दोनों कह दिया ना आपने.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the same question, so how it will help you in interpreting the things later on.
And maybe the patients may suffer
If the things happen in the morning, then also the same type of treatment is required. If it happens at nights, then also same. If the things are different, then these should come in the different questions.
Okay, ma'am. Next, does the problem occurs or becomes severe in the cold age?
Okay.
Does the problem occurs after exercise?
Okay.
Does the problem associated with fever?
Right.
Yeah. Does the problem occurs at rest?
Okay.
Does the problem occurs perennial?
Okay.
Does cough produce any sputum? If there is a sputum, then what kind of color the sputum may be?
हाँ इसको भी separate करते हैं. Name the color. Why or you give the means options?
Options are clear.
नहीं but unknown. Here it should be a, what is the color of spectrum color sputum color. इस तरह लिख के ना. Then of course you leave the line there that they will be answering. और इस question को 12 वाले को end में ले जाओ क्योंकि ऊपर सब yes no आ रहे हैं तो yes no वाले सारे ऊपर इकट्ठे हो जाएंगे. This is open ended, so it should come at the end. Okay. And you write in full sentence what is the color of your sputum. Put it in a question form, not as a heading type of thing. Okay. Now say, after having this information, what you are exactly going to use? I could not get the. What is the objective of the study?
Basic study of this problem is some patients may suffer with gastric oriented problems or cardiac associated problems. Or based on the components, we have to frame the rule based data set. 18 sets of rules we have to frame based on this.
Sorry, you are going to make what thing? Which thing?
A rule based domain. So based on these combinations, we have to frame some conditions.
Okay.
Based on the conditions, whether the patient is suffering with asthma or asthma associated disease, or it may be suffering with gastric or cardiac problems, or it may be suffering with allergy associated problems.
So point is, after having this information, you are going to design some equipment which what is the final aim?
Some computational model we have to build for this one.
Okay, then another thing, instead of asking the patients these things, I think all these points which you have written, they are noted by the doctors themselves, there itself.
Yes, madam.
If you have the access to the things, they have a number of other things also coming to you which you might have omitted in the questionnaire. So if that access is there, you can go to the other thing also, or you may means show your questionnaire while validating your questionnaire. You show such type of thing to the doctors also, that what can be the other things which should be asked from the patients. So that way you can go through this. So thank you, Mr. Krishnan Prasad. You have you and your team have done a good job. We congratulate you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I request Government Engineering College Bharatpur to make the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible, ma'am? My slide?
नहीं, अभी sharing पे नहीं आई है.
Okay, I am sharing it.
थोड़ा font आपका बहुत बारीक है.
Improve करता हूँ. Is it visible now?
चलो
Hello?
चलेगा, ठीक है, चलेगा. जी, अब
Okay, ma'am.
study
Should I start?
Yes, yes, sir. You can. May I know your name?
My name is Abhishek Mittal.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Objective of the question area is to study the effect of use of smartphone on working efficiency or at workplace. This survey is done at a particular type of company. Means we can done a survey separately for a separate type of different type of company.
Okay.
Okay, hypothesis is use of smartphone affect the performance of the worker adversely.
Okay.
Okay, instructions. This questionnaire is to be fulfilled by the smartphone users only. This questionnaire is presented to you to collect information for PhD work. All the informations given by you will be kept confidential and these won't be disclosed to anyone without your permission.
Okay.
Okay, first question is what is your age? Second
Yes.
one is what is
I think
designation?
आप एज ग्रुप क्यों नहीं ले लेते हैं? What is your age में तो कोई ठीक नहीं बताएगा. You may go for age range also.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Then
Next, should I start?
yes, 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 definitely.
What is your designation? Because we are considering the designation wise performance effect also. Because the higher position member may use the smartphone differently, and the lower position member may use the smartphone in different times. So that designation is asked. Okay, should proceed, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Question number 3. Okay, ma'am. Question number 3 is how many hours you spend on your mobile phone when you are at work on an average?
आप ना on an average आगे पीछे ले ना, how many hours on an average you spend on your mobile phone in the office
Okay, yes,
या
ma'am.
at the workplace. तो इस तरह का इसको 3 में split ना करो. It can be a single sentence in one go.
Okay. Okay. The
अच्छा,
fourth question
यहाँ
is
पर भी आप if you need, you see, you may go for the less than 2 hours. This to this hours you may
yes,
go
ma'am.
for.
Yes, ma'am. I can do. Okay. Fourth question should I cite?
Yes.
Do you get interruptions due to your mobile phone at workplace?
Okay.
Yes or no? What type of interruptions you face at your workplace due to your mobile phone?
हाँ, then you say if yes, क्योंकि no में तो interruptions के आगे वो question का meaning खत्म हो जाता है आपके next question का ना. Then you say if yes, write the nature of interruptions. तो उसमें आप चाहे one to any other करके भी कुछ लिख सकते हैं जिससे उसको मतलब you are at little bit common platform for finding the reasons for that.
Open-ended question.
हाँ नहीं, उसके चॉइस देके थोड़ा सा एनी अदर करके प्योर ओपन एंडेड नहीं रहने दें इसको.
Okay. The sixth question is: does mobile phone is helpful to improve your performance at your workplace? Yes or no? And after that, does your employee allow you to use your mobile phone at your workplace? Yes or no? Close-ended. And do you want to change your habit of using mobile phone at your workplace? Is yes or no? After that, if yes, then what change do you suggest to your management to apply to improve the working efficiency of the staff?
Okay.
After that, last question is
now आप ना इसमें कुछ चीजें लेकर चलें. When the person is using it and interruptions उसको होती हैं, ठीक है? तो वो जो interruptions हैं, and then you are say कि what type of changes would you suggest to the management? वो पहले अपने आप को तो ठीक कर रहे. हम कहते हैं ना बी ए रोल मॉडल. तो जो चेंजेस चाहिए हैं आप दूसरों के लिए तो मैनेजमेंट को सजेस्ट चाहते हो, करते हो. तो थोड़ा सा इसमें ना वर्डिंग थोड़ी सी मींस चेंज कर सकते हो. देन जहाँ पे आप कह रहे हो ना कि एम्प्लॉयर अलाउ करता है कि नहीं करता है. अब अगर मान लो वो कहता है कि उसको इंटरप्शन होती हैं, और अगर एम्प्लॉयर नो कर रहा है कि स्मार्टफोन अलाउड नहीं है, ये फिर भी लेके जा रहा है पर्सन, तो आपके बाकी के क्वेश्चंस अफेक्ट हो जाते हैं उनके आंसर्स। क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट ने देखो ना, अगर मान लो आपने ये क्वेश्चन कहा कि एम्प्लॉयर अलाउ कर रहा है, वो कहता है नहीं करता, इसका मतलब है वो बिना परमिशन के लेके जा रहा है। अब वो ऐसे में वो मैनेजमेंट को क्या बताएगा कि इसको कैसे ठीक किया जाए, जबकि वो खुद ही एम्प्लॉयर के मना करने पे भी स्मार्टफोन लेके जा रहा है अंदर। तो ये जो कुछ क्वेश्चंस है ना, ये कुछ इस तरफ ऐसे जा रहे हैं कि उनका यस और नो अगले की इम्प्लीकेशंस को अफेक्ट कर रहा है। सो यू हैव टू think of certain changes here so that they fulfill the purpose of your objectives, right?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Actually, I want to say something about it. Actually.
Yes, yes.
मैम आजकल मोबाइल फोन का, स्मार्टफोन का यूज क्या एडिक्शन के टाइप से होता जा रहा है, और लोग बाग लेके जाते हैं अपने वर्क प्लेस पर विदाउट द परमिशन ऑफ द एम्प्लॉयर।
तो तभी ना आपने ये कि आपने पूछ लिया ना एम्प्लॉयर का। मोस्ट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्रीज जो है ना, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन में लोग फिर भी लेके जा रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज तो मोबाइल लेके जाने ही नहीं देती हैं, वो तो बाहर रिसेप्शन पे फोन रखवा देते हैं। दे आर नॉट अलाउड। आप उनको कांटेक्ट करना है तो आप लैंडलाइन से करते हैं कांटेक्ट उन लोगों को। सो एक तो यहाँ पे गड़बड़ हो गई। अब आपने जब उसको वो पर्सन कह रहा है कि एम्प्लॉयर तो अलाउ ही नहीं करता, इसका मतलब वो इलीगली लेके अंदर जा रहा है फोन। फिर वो मैनेजमेंट को कैसे कहेगा कि ये जो फोन का जो है इसको, इसकी ये चीज चेंज करो, वो चीज चेंज करो। मैनेजमेंट कहेगी कि मैंने तो पहले ही मना किया हुआ है, लेके ही नहीं आना, चेंज क्या करना है हमने। तो ये जो चीज है ना, दो क्वेश्चंस आपस में इन माय व्यू दे आर कंट्राडिक्टिंग ईच अदर। What change do you suggest to your management to apply to improve the working efficiency of the staff who is using बाकी पढ़ा नहीं गया, staff who will be using smartphone नहीं, स्टाफ डेवलपमेंट का तो इसके साथ कोई रिलेशन ही नहीं है। आप तो स्मार्टफोन की बात कर रहे हो ना। एफिशिएंसी ऑफ स्टाफ मेंबर्स, वो तो कई एरियाज होंगे, वो कोई ये थोड़ा है कि आपने विद स्मार्टफोन है। ये तो बड़ा आपके इसमें फिट ही नहीं हो रहा क्वेश्चन जो है आपका। आप उसकी स्टाफ डेवलपमेंट का स्मार्टफोन के साथ क्या रिलेशन है?
अच्छा मैम, एक्चुअली अगर स्मार्टफोन से कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, वर्किंग एफिशिएंसी डिक्रीज हो रही है, तो उसके रिगार्ड में जो स्मार्टफोन यूज करते हैं ना, वो उसमें सजेशन दे सकते हैं कि भाई ऐसा कर दिया जाए। तो ये
एक मिनट बात सुनो, जब एम्प्लॉयर ने मना कर दिया, या तो एम्प्लॉयर पार्शियली अलाउ करे, एम्प्लॉयर ने तो मना ही कर दिया है, या तो यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन ऐड करो, इफ द एम्प्लॉयर सेज यस, देन व्हाट वुड यू सजेस्ट कि भी क्या स्ट्रेटेजीज हो सकती हैं, देन आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड। पर जब आपने क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया ना यस और नो, तो नो अगर कह देता है अगर वो पर्सन, तो एम्प्लॉयर ने तो मना कर दिया, तो फिर सजेशंस कहाँ से आएंगी स्मार्टफोन लेके जाने की? और यहाँ पे आप इंक्रीज करो, मेंशन करो ना, फॉर स्टाफ डेवलपमेंट नहीं है, आप कहेंगे कि सजेशंस टू फॉर यूजिंग स्मार्टफोन and still maintaining the efficiency of the industry। वो तो डिफरेंट तरह से आप पुट अप करोगे ना, ये कोई स्टाफ डेवलपमेंट नहीं है। आपने तो ये कहना है कि इन स्पाइट ऑफ द यूजेज ऑफ स्मार्टफोन क्या चीजें हों सो दैट एफिशिएंसी इज नॉट अफेक्टेड और इट इज इम्प्रूव्ड। तो वो तभी होगा, वो एम्प्लॉयर्स ही कहेंगे जो स्मार्टफोन ले जाना अलाउ कर रहे हैं, सभी पे नहीं लगेगा। तो इस दो क्वेश्चंस को ना आपस में रिलेशन आप शो कर सकते हैं। सो विद दिस आई थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी फॉर द मेकिंग द प्रेजेंटेशंस। IEC ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस ग्रेटर नोएडा, आर यू रेडी विद द थिंग्स? मुझे लगता है यस, IEC ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस ग्रेटर नोएडा एंड
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम।
गुड मॉर्निंग। आप पहले कितने लोग हैं आज आपके? हाउ मेनी आर प्रेजेंट?
राइट नाउ वी आर 10 पीपल, रेस्ट ऑफ
मेरे को इन 10 की अटेंडेंस दे दीजिएगा।
ओके मैम, ओके।
हाँ जी, राइट आफ्टर दिस एंड IEC ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस, 2 प्रेजेंटेशंस रह गई हैं। IEC एंड द्रोणाचार्य कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग गुड़गांव, राइट। तो आप दोनों, आप मुझे चाहे ईमेल कर सकते हैं अपनी प्रेजेंटेशंस. We will have here tea break, and after that there is some change in the sessions. No, Aman will be taking session on the financial agencies for providing research grants. So we reassemble at 11:30 for the next session. Thank you, everybody. बोल बोल के भी ना सिर दर्द होने लगता है. पहले मैंने सोचा जितने सेंटर्स दिखाना कितने लोग बैठे हैं? So good morning friends.
This particular session is on funding agencies. I hope all the participants are present in the center. So shall we start our session on funding agencies? Am I audible to all the centers? Am I audible to all the centers?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So this particular session is on funding agencies. Up to now, we know that in terms of engineering, research is basically to discover a new knowledge about the product, new knowledge about processes and application of the knowledge to create new product, new processes to meet the market demand. So most of the scientific and technical development is expected to originate from research and development organizations as well as research and development departments. And the private sector understand the commercial opportunity of the research. That's why the private sector spend immense amount of the money, or we can say put immense amount of funding to generate new and innovative product into the market by doing research into various fields. Funding agencies in India, funding agencies are basically the government organizations, government agencies and councils, as well as various NGOs which contribute to the projects that are related to the social importance. And private sector, when I said private sector, means various industries are also joined hand together with academia or educational institute to improve the process of research into various fields of science and technology as well as into social and humanity sciences. So what basically the funding agencies are? By definition, funding body is an organization that provide research funding in the form of research grants or scholarship. These include art councils and research councils for funding of the sciences. So funding is an act of providing financial assistance to various educational institutions, to various agencies, and to various departments, usually in the form of money. But funding can also be in the term of efforts, in the term of time, and in terms of the use of various resources to finance a need and program or a project. These organizations can be national laboratories for research and development. These organizations can be research councils, government agencies, and the projects that are directly related to the social importance of our nation are also be funded by charity organization or NGOs. For example, some of the projects related to environment. For example, the projects related to pollution parameter, the projects related to the road traffic safety factors. There are some of the projects that are also be funded by NGOs or various charity type of the organization. When we are sending a proposal to a funding agency for a project, these agencies are work on a basis of competitive examination, means organization and projects that require funding normally have to go through a competitive selection. Only the project and organization that have potential would be chosen by the funding agencies. So what are the various types of funding agencies available? There are basically three types of funding agencies. First one is the science-based funding agencies. Science-based funding agencies are set up basically to serve the interest of a particular kind of a scientific community, or these kind of funding agencies will grant fund to the various projects related to the specific discipline. For example, funding agencies like DSIR, DST, CSIR, these type of funding agencies are termed as scientific-based funding agencies. Second classification of funding agencies, strategic based funding agencies. Strategic based funding agencies are set up to serve a particular interest or to pinpoint the particular problem area. For example, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Biotechnology. These kind of organizations and councils are termed as strategic based funding agencies that solve the problem raised by a scientific community or sometimes by external actors also. And last type of funding agencies are politically based funding agencies. These are very rare cases, or for example, Ministry of Environment and Forest. Ministry of Environment and Forest is deal with the issue related to water. It deals with the issues related to the various living type of community in the form of plants, various pollution parameters. So these type of funding agencies are termed as politically based funding agencies. They handle social as well as the issues raised by the scientific community. Why should funding agencies be so concerned with the research integrity? Because funding agencies put lot of time in conducting competitive examination for the various research scholars as well as for choosing different projects. So they are responsible for the conduct of the research. They check the credibility of the science and cost of self-correction, and in what manner the uses of the funds is to be done by the host institute which grant for the fund from the various agencies, and what role should be played by the funding agency to reinforce research integrity. First role that is to be played by the funding agency is the promotion. When we said promotion, promotion means it carry out various kind of the research work. It handle number of the project by assigning grant, by giving them infrastructure facility, by giving them expertise in a specific field. So it promote research and development in the nation. Second is education. When an academia or institute and collaboration of industry and institute for different kind of the project means there is a generation of different kind of learning resources. There is a development and modification of curricula as well as advancement of various infrastructure facility within the institution in terms of lab facility. And it also guide the people for different areas related or emerging areas related to the research. So funding agency also promote education in our nation. Next, it is a transparent process. As I earlier said that the funding agencies always grant different project on the basis of a competitive examination, on the basis of different interviews, and sometimes agency calls for the research proposal. Number of the research proposals has been submitted to various grant agencies, and the grant agency have a selection procedure. By following that particular selection procedure, they grant different projects and different kind of an research project. So funding agency always provide a transparent picture in term of the project proposals. And response to allegation of the misconduct. There are guidelines that are described by the various funding agencies to check the authenticity of the work. So what are the essentials for funded proposals? I'm going to skip this slide because tomorrow there is a session on writing research proposal. In writing research proposal, all these parameters will be covered by Dr. Sunil Dutt sir. So our next is, when we are identifying a particular kind of a funding agency, what are the different parameters that need to be kept into the mind of the researcher? First one is knowledge of your field. When you are writing a proposal to a funding agency, or when you are selecting an appropriate funding agency for your research project, what is the knowledge of your field area? Is the project is related to the fundamental of your field area, or there is a broader implication related to that particular project, and does that particular project involve emerging technologies? Because there is a competition within to have that particular grant from that agency or to get that fund from that particular agency. So how does your approach is different from your competitor approach, and can you be get there first to get the grant from that particular funding agency? and what kind of funding agency you are going to select for that particular kind of the project. In India, there are n number of schemes related to the various science related project as well as technology related product. There are similar kind of the schemes proposed by various kind of funding agency. So what kind of funding agency is particularly fit for your project, and what are the guidelines that is provided that particular funding agency? When I said guideline, means what is the due date of that particular proposal, what is the length, and what is the required statement by that particular funding agency, and what are the budget constraint and local support, if you require a local support from your institution level or you require any kind of a local support from industrial expert. So these are the different parameters that need to be kept into your mind when you are finding an appropriate funding agency for your project. So the three main parameters. First one is the overall science. Overall science means feasibility of your project and defined time scale of your project when you are going to submit a proposal to the funding agency. Management, what kind of personnel and other resources are required for that particular project. And budget, justification of the expenditure and aim for completing the transparency. These are the parameters need to be considered when you are selecting an appropriate funding agency for your project. And why funding? The institution and academia are involved into the funding process because it enables the institute to do quality type of an research. It attracts number of ME as well as PhD students to the institution, and it measures the quality by getting the grant from the various funding agencies. It's an additional resource of source of income for that host institute, and it builds the collaboration between industry as well as academia and increase the exposure of the faculty as well as the student to the various advancement of science and technology. So before I proceed to the various sponsoring agencies from India, I want to pose a question to the participant. When you are submitting your proposal for various funding agencies, what are the major drawbacks you identified in India related to those funding agencies? Is there any problem area need to be discussed or issues related to the funding agencies when we are going to submit our project to various funding agencies? In terms of selection of a funding agency, in terms of identification of a funding agencies, or in terms of getting the grant and expenditure or management of the grant at your institution level or at funding agency level from any institution. Is there any problem faced by the participant regarding funding agencies? From any institute?
Madam, this is from Sriram. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
You are audible, sir.
Am I audible to you, ma'am? Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes.
This is from Sriram College.
Sri Ramana College. Yes, sir.
So the main part is that whenever we submit the project proposal, some of the agencies are having, they receive the hard copies and some are even these online submissions. In both the cases, the time duration for getting the review or the report, evaluation report from the project proposal takes a longer time. The second part is whenever they send the letter, that is either it is accepted or rejected, there is no review report on that. Even if it has been rejected, on what ground basis it has been rejected, that is never been mentioned. That
they only simply place one line, your project has been rejected. There is no reason there. Why it is rejected, what is the lacking, what is the negative point in our project. That's the main drawback.
Means no review is related to that particular project to be given. Any another problem?
The time duration.
Time duration of the project or the submission of the proposal and to get the feedback from the agency.
Submission and getting the feedback.
And the correspondence also. There is no correspondence whether they have received the proposal or not. And nothing acknowledgement is there. That is the most of the cases.
So thank you very much, sir. Yes. Any another?
Regarding that,
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, GC Bharatpur.
Yes, sir. May I know your good name,
One
please?
question. My name is Abhishek Mittal.
Abhishek. Yes, sir.
My question is, ma'am, actually, when we are going to submit a project, generally it is not clear whether which funding agency is going to entertain our project. Actually, the different type of funding agency entertain different type of projects, and generally they don't disclose this type of matter. And generally, if they refuse to fund the project, they don't tell the reason actually. Generally, it is not clear by the funding agency. So, is there any other type of agency
So your
which
query
works
is
as
you
a
want to know the particular kind of a funding agency for which you are going to submit a project or related to the review of your project.
actually in which type of project funding agencies are interested?
Okay,
So,
which type of a project?
Yeah. So we can classify our project in the and select the proper funding agency.
I'll ask some of the problem from another institute, then I'll answer your query, Abhishek sir. Any another institute which face problem while choosing or sending your project to the funding agency?
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, from Greater Noida IC College.
IC College, Greater Noida. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, please tell us how we can get the fund assist from the several agencies just like DST or CSR. What should we do in this process to get the financial assist from the
But in
organizations?
this particular session, we are going to discuss what are the various funding agencies according to the nature of the project type, according to the classification of the researcher, and what are the various age limit and what are the various constraints and conditions that is fixed by the funding agency. In this particular session, we will discuss all the details. Right now, I am asking you the question, in your institute, is there any participant who have submitted the project to the funding agency and the problem faced by that particular participant? Is there any issues related to the funding agencies?
Ma'am, we have prepared a project.
Mm-hmm.
Get the some theoretical where. So we face problem how we proceed this our project from
Okay, so selection of a funding agency is your basic problem.
Okay.
So thank you very much. In India.
Madam, this is Rachita Mishra from Civil College of Engineering.
Yes, ma'am.
Many of these funding agencies have become online proposal submission.
Mm-hmm.
But even after online submission, we are supposed to also send the physical copies. So for my case, what happened is after sending the hard copy and submitting the soft copy online, when the review started, I was again approached for sending more hard copies for the reviewers.
Ma'am, it's totally depend upon the expert committee that will grant your project.
So can we avoid, because it is already online, can we not avoid such kind of things when repeatedly we are sending? And it also took a very long time for the review, and at the end of it there was just one line reply.
The basic problem here is that the reviewers or the editor who are reviewing our project, they are not present on a same place. They can be scientists from the various laboratory. They can be editors of various publication houses. They can be emeritus scientists of various institutions of national importance or from central or state universities. Depending upon the expert committee of that particular grant agency, number of copies is to be required by the authorities. And yes, the project is your submission is available online, but at the same time they are the people who are already busy into their own scientific programs or into their own research areas. So an easy approach to get the things done by the researcher only.
As it is in the online process, there is always scope for the reviewer. He can log in and see that and see the copy in online, and he can take the printout and do the job. Why do the researcher again send the form? If it is
Sir,
in
actually, it depends upon the tantrum of that particular reviewer or the particular editor.
Point is, There is a author login, there is a reviewer login.
Yes.
So reviewer can get login to that.
So, madam, basically, what we are trying to say is that earlier everything was manual. We used to send hard copies. Even after the system has become online, it is not serving the purpose of being online. Again, the researchers has
Ma'am, this is the basic drawback system of the various funding agencies, especially in India. In India, there are three basic areas need to be modified, and it's a major problem problematic area for various researchers. First one is the convergence of policies on common proposals. In India, when we are sending our project to various funding agencies, we are still into an formative phase. When we are submitting our proposal online, but there is a demand from the various agencies to submit number of the hard copies to that particular agency when it comes to deciding or the decision making policy of the funding agencies. And there are n number of policies with somewhat similar type of guidelines, and so it's a rigorous type of the work that is done beforehand by the researcher to choose and right or appropriate funding agency for their project work. This is the first problem that is faced by the researcher into India. Second major problem that is faced by the researcher, as asked by Mr. Abhishek Mittal, they have submitted the project and there is no review given for that particular project regarding the various parameters of that particular project. So sometime it can be possible you can apply your project to the various funding agencies and you can simultaneously track or simultaneously get the feedback from the various funding agencies by contacting the program officer of that funding agencies, rather than applying that similar same project individually one by one. You can send that particular project to the number of funding agencies and track that particular project by contacting the program officer of those funding agencies. And there is a yes.
Relating to this feedback or continuous tracking, there is no mention of the program officer general, the telephone number, so that we can able to contact them regarding our proposal.
So when you go to the site of DST, UGC, AICT, along with the name of the scheme, there is a detail of the program coordinator officer related to that particular scheme along with their postal address. So you have to follow up for your project.
Madam, the same practice we have already done, but no result we got, then we have to apply for the RTI. Then only getting some of the information. We have contacted many times, we rang them, but still then there is no reply coming from their side. Finally, we have to go for the RTI.
Yes, sir. These are the basic problem area that is faced by researcher all over India.
Madam, any
that
solution?
Is not in our hand.
Madam, any solution to this? Because problem we know, whatever the problems available, that we will know. But what are the solutions? We can better discuss with the regarding.
Solution is when you are discussing your research proposal, when you are making your research proposal, what are the key parameters need to be focused? What are the key area need to be identified by the researcher? What are the key policies must be kept into the mind of the researcher when you are sending a research proposal to the funding agency? In this particular session, we will discuss only the type, the nature of the funding agency for which you send your project. All these queries must be answered but in tomorrow's session, that is on research proposal. If I'm going to discuss these various parameters, your research proposal session will be covered now and funding agencies will not be covered that much. So yes, these are the problems. Yes, sir.
Yes, one question is there from Bharatpur again.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is there any organization or group of organizations which help to find out the real funding agency and promote the project?
What are the various?
Any organization which works as an intermediate or mediator between researcher and the funding agency?
No, sir. There is no such single organization. You have to look for a number of the options for your particular project. In India, funding agencies are classified into these broad areas: Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Environment and Forest, and Ministry of Agriculture, and UGC. And funding pattern of into 8 major subject area, that is agricultural sciences, biological sciences, chemical sciences, earth sciences, engineering and technology, medical sciences, and physical sciences. And institutions are again classified into different categories. So the government play a major role when the agencies granting fund to the various organization. The major role of the center government is responsible for major policy related issues to the higher education, and they establish central universities in the country. And central government is responsible when they declare any university as a deemed university, and the state government establish state government universities and colleges, and the state basically plan various granting schemes for the development of science and technology in different areas. So what are those technologies? So what are those funding agency? First, we will discuss the University Grant Commission. University Grant Commission give grant to various engineering, technology, as well as social and humanity related issue. It strive the major objective of UGC to grant funds to the various institutions is to promote the teaching and research in emerging areas of humanities, in emerging areas of social sciences, engineering and technology. And the various schemes that are given under UGC are, first one is the JRF. JRF major classification is the ME, MTech, M Pharma with NET and GATE qualification with at least 55% of the marks. Initially, it is for the period of the 2 year and stipend is given as 14,000. Along with this stipend 14,000 per month, there is a contingency grant of 12,000 per annum for conferences and other expenses. Department assistance is 3,000 per annum. This particular assistance is given to the host institute that will provide infrastructure facilities and other facilities to the researcher. In case the researcher is physically handicapped or blind, another kind of assistance is given, that is escort or reader assistant. That assistance is again given on annual basis of rupees 2,000 per year. GRF is extended into SRF scheme and it is up to 5 year only. And contingency under this scheme is 25,000 rupees per annum along with departmental assistant and escort assistant. And stipend under SRF scheme is rupees 15,000. Next scheme under UGC is for women, that is postdoctorate fellowship scheme for the women, that is for PhD in sciences or engineering. The minimum age requirement for this particular scheme is up to 55 years and stipend is 25,000 rupees per month for the initial 2 year, and it can be extended after the comments taken from the expert committee and stipend increased from 25,000 to 35,000. This scheme is specially designed for the women community that are unemployed women community and having age less than 55 years. In this case, the host institute will get 10% of the total amount of that particular fellowship scheme, and escort or reader assistance is again given under this particular scheme. Next is AICTE. There are number of the funding schemes that is granted by AICTE for the development of research and technology into various institution level. AICTE promotes schemes for the institution as well as for the faculty development and the growth of the student of technical institution. First scheme is the research promotion scheme. Research promotion scheme, the basic aim of this particular scheme is to create a research ambience at institution level by promoting research into new areas. The major objective is to impart and incite excitement and dynamism to the educational process and create and update the general research facilities at institution level. So this particular scheme is for different institutions to create new knowledge in the field of science and technology. Eligibility of this scheme is the faculty that want grant under this scheme must be a full-time regular faculty and duration of the project is up to 3 years only. The limiting of the fund is up to 25 lakh rupees. The fund is given to the host institute under different installment. First installment is considered as advance and second and third advancement is installment is given to the host institute only after the recommendation of an expert committee. If the expert committee find the research facility and find the research content in that particular institution appropriate, only then they will release the installment to that particular institution. And expected outcome is to create and update the research capability for the institution level. So this particular scheme is for at faculty level. Next scheme is the nationally coordinated project, that is NCPT. Again, this scheme is for full-time regular facility. The major objective of this scheme is to promote research and development on the theme of national as well as on the theme of the project related to the social importance, which may involve networking and collaboration of the institution at various industries or a single industry. When we said the project of social importance means, is your product economically feasible? Is the project is suitable and useful for the society? Is the project is generating new kind of a technology and giving new number of innovations to the industry? Those kind of a project must be covered under this scheme. The limiting of the fund under this scheme is up to 50 lakh and again this fund is given into 3 different installments. Next is National Facilities in Engineering and Technology with Industrial Collaboration. Industrial collaboration. In this case, the institute can collaborate with the one industry or it can collaborate with a cluster of industry. And if the institute is hosting such kind of a technique, there is a chances that neighborhood industries can also join hand under this technique and grant and financially help the institute for that particular project. The duration of this particular project is again up to 3 years and limiting of the fund is up to 50 lakh from the AICT, and industry can give financial assistance according to the choice of an industrial personnel. Again, the fund is released at 3 major installments after the evaluation by the expert committee. Modernization and removal of obsolescence in technical education, MODROP scheme. The major objective of this scheme is to enhance the functional ability of the teaching, the functional efficiency of the training as well as the research process at institution level. The major objective or the major function of this scheme is to equip the technical institution with modern infrastructure facility into various laboratories as well as into various workshops. The indirect benefit of this particular scheme is it provides benefit for the student in terms of training and placement, and the institution get more consultancy related to their laboratory work. This scheme is for duration of this scheme is for 1 year and limiting of the fund is up to 20 lakhs. Entrepreneurship Development Cell. This particular scheme also covered the students as well as the faculty from various management groups. And again, the eligibility for the coordinator of that particular scheme is the full-time regular faculty. The duration of the project is up to 2 years and limiting of the fund is up to 5 lakh. Again, the fund is released at 2 installment, first installment and second installment after the evaluation done by the expert committee. And the expected outcome is to encourage the student to consider self-employment as a career option and provide training into various entrepreneurship skills. So first 4 schemes, that are Research Promotion Scheme, National Coordinated Project Scheme, National Facilities in Engineering and Technology with Industrial Collaboration, and MODROP scheme. These are the schemes that institution can opt at their own level. Entrepreneurship development scheme is for institution as well as for the development of the student to develop different kind of entrepreneurship skill and choose entrepreneurship as their career option. Next is industry institution partnership cell. The major objective of this particular scheme is to promote or encourage the interaction of the industry within the institution. This particular scheme is able to promote various kind of technical programs or training programs for the faculty as well as for the student for their professional and technical growth. And there is also a facility provided under this scheme to the exchange of the resource personnel from the industry to the academia, so that the faculty as well as the student have a general introduction about the various advancement in the particular field of science and technology or in the field of various professional ethics. And this particular scheme also develop appropriate curricula and undertake consultancy with the help of an industrial resources and able to conduct different kind of industrial visit under this particular scheme. Again, this scheme is for the growth of the faculty as well as the professional growth of the student, and it helps the institute to conduct number of field visits into the industries, industrial visit, and exchange various resource personnel from academia to industry and from industry to academia level. So the duration of this particular scheme is up to 2 years, and fund released under this scheme is up to 15 lakh, that is given under installment evaluation by the expert committee. Next is travel grant scheme. This particular scheme is for the faculty. The major objective of this scheme, or the objective to initiate this scheme, is to ensure that the technical educator or the technical teachers are at par the global counterpart and enforce the concept of knowledge is beyond boundary. So this particular scheme helped the development or the growth of the faculty of various technical institutions. This duration under this scheme is not at all applicable. Full-time regular faculty can apply online for this particular scheme, and limiting of the fund under this scheme is up to 1.5 lakh. Once the travel is to be done by the faculty, he can reimburse the total amount under this particular scheme. The relevant document required under this scheme is the travel document, the conference report along with the payment and receipt account as applicable. And expected outcome is there is a chances of the faculty to interact at international as well as at national level. And processing is evaluation by the 3-member expert committee. Next scheme is for student as well as for the faculty. This scheme is known as seminar grant scheme. The eligibility of this scheme is again full-time regular faculty can apply for this particular scheme, and limit of funding is up to 3 lakh. As compared to the travel grant scheme, in this particular scheme you can get advance up to 50%, and 50% will be reimbursed to that particular institution or to the team of the student. And relevant document required is conferences, seminar report along with the payment and receipt of accounts and utilization certificate. Means all kind of the bills and details of the conferences and seminars are required when you are submitting grant under this particular scheme. Faculty development scheme. The major objective of this particular scheme is to enhance the teaching and other skills among the faculty member of the institute. Make aware about the new techniques, new skills, new tools and methods related to their specialized areas. And this scheme helps the faculty to acquire the knowledge about the recent technical advancements. So this particular scheme impart the technical as well as the professional practices relevant to their specialization field and create a teaching and learning environment at institution level that with respect to the academic qualification of the faculty and with respect to the various personal matter of the faculty. The institution per department apply for a faculty development program under this scheme. The duration of this program must be of 2 weeks and limiting of the fund is up to 7 lakhs. The minimum participation requirement or the faculty development program under this scheme have minimum participation of 50 participants per 2 weeks and yes.
Ma'am, this is from TIT Bhiwani College. Ma'am, the scheme number 8 regarding the seminar grant, we would like to ask you that whether it is available throughout the year or not, or is there some specific time to apply for seminar grant?
That scheme number 8, that is for seminar grant. Ma'am, the major requirement under this scheme is this is applicable only for the full-time regular faculty and this scheme is available throughout the year. You can apply for this scheme to AICT. After submitting the relevant document under this scheme, the AICT approve the grant for that particular scheme, 50% advancement and 50% after the faculty come after attending that particular conference or the seminar.
Madam, the question is probably, suppose the seminar is in the month of August.
Yes.
For how much month we should apply that?
And when you are supposed to get the response.
And what is the time duration that they will inform you regarding your acceptance or rejection of the proposal?
At least 30 to 45 days are required before you are going to that particular conference or seminar under this particular scheme. And you have to submit the proper details of the conferences, approval from your institution or from your management to get that particular scheme. This scheme is applicable for the faculty as well as for the student. For the student, the limiting of the fund and the schemes are different. You can check this on AICT website.
Madam, as you said that it is for both national and international.
Yes, this is for national and as well as for international.
Then, but as per our knowledge goes, it is only for international conferences.
No, sir, under seminar grant scheme, this particular up to 2014, this particular scheme is covered for international level. But for the growth of the student, the government revised this rule and this scheme is applicable for the student level to involve into conferences and seminars of international concern, but when they are conducted at a national level. You can take part in, the students can take part into international conferences and international seminars when they are conducted at national level or in country. This particular scheme is applicable for those. For faculty, this scheme is for international level only.
Madam, is it to conduct the conference or to present?
To attend and to present paper in the conferences. For faculty, it is to present the paper, and for student, it is also applicable to attend different kind of international conferences. So next scheme is Emeritus Fellowship Scheme. The major objective of this particular scheme is to provide support to the various institutions of superannuated outstanding scientists to pursue research in the respective field of their specialization and according to the relevance of the program. If the host institute doesn't have expertise in the particular area of research or particular area of any kind of technical development, they can grant for the particular fund under this Emeritus Fellowship Scheme that will provide the support from various superannuated outstanding scientists of that specialized area. The duration of this fellowship is up to 2 years and limiting of the fund is up to 6.5 lakhs per year. Again, this fund is released under 2 installment and relevant documents that are required under this scheme is the progress report related to that particular project for which you are granting that particular fund along with the payment and receipt or utilization certificate of various resources. Next is career award for the young teacher. Again, this scheme is for the faculty only. The purpose of this scheme is to identify the young, talented teachers who have established competence in the area of their specialization. This particular scheme helps the various young teachers in promoting their professional growth by enabling them to devote more time into research and development activity, and under this scheme the teaching load of the faculty is to be minimized by the institution so that the faculty can take part into research activities actively. So the limiting of the fund under this scheme is up to 3 lakhs per year, and duration of the project is up to 3 years. Again, the fund is released under 3 installments. First is on the completion of the first year and after the submission of the relevant document. When the expert committee find the work appropriate and suitable related to that particular project, the second installment is to be released by the granting agencies, and then third installment is to be given after the expert taken from the evaluation done by the expert committee. And expected outcome is the professional growth and incentive for innovation in teaching and research. But for the host institute, the major requirement under this scheme is when your faculty is covered under career award for young teachers scheme, the teaching load of the faculty must be minimized so that his or her research work is not at all disturbed. Next is visiting professorship scheme. This scheme is provide supplementary and providing expertise for the various teaching activities and for various research activities in the area where the host institution doesn't have expertise. As like Emeritus Fellowship Scheme. Emeritus Fellowship Scheme is under this scheme the host institution can take help of superannuated outstanding scientists for different kind of research activity, but under visiting professorship scheme, this is a supplementary and expertise in the field of the teaching, means the visiting professor can take your classes as well as take part into various research activities that is conducted at the host institute. The duration of this particular project is up to 2 years and limitation of the fund is up to 6.5 lakhs. The fund released under this scheme is again in 2 installments after the evaluation done by the 3-member expert committee, and all the relevant documents related to TADA of that particular expert and document related to the infrastructure facilities provided by the host institute is to be submitted to the funding agency. Next is the National Doctorate Fellowship Scheme. This particular scheme is again for the faculty. This particular scheme is to attract highly qualified, highly motivated young candidate to pursue their doctorate degree and offer themselves for teaching position into various technical institutions. Means if a candidate apply for this particular scheme, he or she has to serve that host institute for teaching after the completion of the doctorate degree. And this particular scheme also provide research support to the bright young candidate for pursuing exciting and innovative research in the field of technical education. All the institute cannot be applied under this scheme. Only the institution mentioned in this presentation, that are IITs, Institution of National Importance, IASC, IIMs, and Institution of Excellence and Central Government Research Lab. Only those faculty can apply under this particular scheme. The duration of this particular scheme is up to 3 years and fellowship per month under this scheme is up to 18,000 per month with the contingency grant of 25,000 per annum and overhead charges of 20,000 rupees per annum. Relevant document required under scheme is yearly report of the project taken at doctorate level along with all kind of bills and receipt or utilization certificates provided by the host institute to the funding agencies. Expected outcome is it increase the number of doctorate level at national level, and evaluation is again done by 3-member expert committee. Next scheme that is promoted by AICT is Research Park Stream. The major objective of this scheme is to promote the interaction of the industry and institution. The concept to design this scheme is to transfer the knowledge from the university to the industry or vice versa, from industry to university, so that the academic institution can design their primary policy and inbuilt different kind of techniques and methodology to improve their teaching learning methodology at classroom level. In this particular scheme, there are major requirements to be covered by the host institution. First one is eligibility of the coordinator. Head of the institution can apply for this particular scheme, and 500 square meter of the built area is required by the industry at institution level to develop different kind of research facilities at institution. The institution can collaborate with one single industry, or the institution can collaborate with a cluster of industry, so that the institution and industry, the faculty and the student of the institute can work into number of ideas that are either given by the industry or the ideas generated at the institution level, and convert those ideas into useful products or into useful technologies. These are the major requirements under this particular scheme. And neighboring industries, nearby institute can also join hand with the institution. The requirement for that particular neighboring industry is that particular industry will also help financially for some of the ideas that are generated at institution level. Limiting of the fund under this scheme is 100 lakh at institution level, and 100 lakhs of the grant is to be given to the industry by AICT. Again, the fund is to be released under 3 different installments after the comments taken from the expert committee. The evaluation is done by the 3-member expert committee. The major outcome is to promote the research capability and enhance the number of research capacities at institution level, and quality of the work is to be generated at institution level. The number of minor and major projects that is conducted at institution level by the student also covered under this research park scheme. Next is innovation promotion scheme. The major objective of this scheme is to bring out the practical talent to the industry in order to convert useful, in order to generate innovative and commercially viable projects into number of product. And this will also initiate the interest of the student into different entrepreneurship activities or in registering for different patents and IPRs, etc. So this particular scheme is to generate number of the commercial products at institution level and to have more number of patents and intellectual property rights at institution level. So again, this scheme is between the collaboration between industry and at institution level. The positive point of this particular scheme is the duration of the project is not at all applicable, and eligibility coordinator can be any faculty who is regular full-time faculty at institution level. Fund is 50% of the fund is released in the first installment, or we can say advance of 50% is received by the host institute, and after submission of document, the faculty and the student can reimburse the rest amount of the fund. The major objective or expected outcome of this particular scheme is to create and update the general research capability among the student and to upgrade the knowledge of the faculty under the various advancement at industrial level. Next scheme is again for faculty as well as for the student. The objective of this particular scheme is same as faculty development program, to enhance teaching skills and other skills among the faculty as well as the growth of their student. It will help the institution to revise their curricula, to add some new and recent advanced topic into their syllabus so that the student have a professional look of the industrial environment at their institution level. Under this scheme, the faculty is to be trained for various professional training program as well as for the various teaching learning material is concerned. The duration of this particular scheme is again up to for 2 weeks and maximum funding is up to 7 lakh. And again the limitation to covered under this scheme is minimum 50% of 50 participants are required to join under this scheme for 2 weeks, and 7,000 per participant per week is to be given to the host institution, and or actual expenses whichever is less. The expected outcome is to enhance the quality of the teachers, facilitate career progression and faculty development program. So AICT promote different kind of the schemes for the faculty as well as for the student, where the collaboration of the industry and institution to develop the facility at the institution level to increase the awareness about the advances done at the industrial level and what are the various professional training courses need to be added into the curricula of the student so that they can face the work of the world after they complete their formal education. Next scheme is innovation. Next schemes are to be covered under Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Council of Scientific and Industrial Research mainly focus on research and development activities, and under this there are number of the schemes. For example, JC Boss Fellowship Scheme. The minimum age requirement for this particular scheme is up to 68 years. If you want to submit that, submit a particular project under this scheme, the qualification requirement must be PhD in Sciences, Engineering and Medical with proven track record of research publication. Whether the agency will provide you the grant or they will reject your project is particularly depend upon your research publication. If the researcher have number of scientific publication with maximum number of citations, there are maximum chances that the project is to be approved by that particular funding agency under this particular scheme. The stipend given under this particular scheme is, it is 25,000 rupees, 25,000 in addition to the regular income of the researcher, and contingency grant up to 10 lakh per annum for conferences and for another expenses. Initially, the duration of this particular scheme is for 5 years, but if the expert committee find your work appropriate and suitable, this scheme is again extended for 5 years for the second term. In respect to the fellowship is given for maximum 10-year period, there is a constraint on the age limit of the researcher. The age must be 68 years only. So when you are submitting a project under this particular scheme, make sure that you have a number of research publication into reputed scientific journal with highest citation rate. This is the only limitation, or this is the only way to get that particular scheme or the grant under this particular fellowship scheme. Next is Ramanujan Fellowship Scheme. Again, the constraint on this particular scheme is research publication. More number of research publication, there are more number of chances that your project is granted by the funding agency. And again, the age limit is 55 year and stipend is 85,000 in addition to your monthly or in addition to your regular income, and with a research grant of up to 7 lakh per annum for different conferences and other expenses. Another schemes that are introduced by Council of Scientific and Industrial Researches, first one is the research scheme. Research scheme means to promote the research and work into various scientific and technical areas including agriculture, engineering and medicine. It can cover multidisciplinary projects which involve inter-organizational cooperation, and preferences is given to the scheme which has relevance to research program of CSIR laboratory. The constraint on this particular scheme is if the project is or the type of the project that is already taken by different CSIR laboratory, there are maximum number of the chances that your project is covered under different research scheme. Sponsored scheme. The project is to be sponsored by different CSIR laboratory. If the host institution is taken that particular project or demand for that particular project, he have to submit a research proposal to the CSIR laboratory, and after the expert review your total proposal, there are chances that your host institute will get that particular project. Emeritus Scientist Scheme. As the AICT promoted a scheme for the Emeritus Scientist Scheme to promote the research work at the institution level. Likewise, CSIR also promote Emeritus Scientist Scheme for the development of research activity at institution level. And there are n number of research fellowship and associateship schemes that are to be provided by CSIR. GRF scheme. Under this particular CSIR advanced scheme, GRF scheme, the qualification can be BE, BTech or B Pharma. And marks limitation is 55% for the general category and 50% for the OBC, SC, ST or physically handicapped or visually handicapped candidates. And again, the constraint on this particular scheme is PhD with proven record of research publication after qualifying NET conducted by CSIR twice in a year. For journal category, the age limitation is up to 28 years and relaxation of 5 years is given to the another category. The stipend is for 25,000 for first term and 28,000 for third and subsequent years. GRF extended scheme. GRF extended scheme is if under GRF scheme the researcher or the fellow publish work to their credit, only then the GRF is converted into GRF extended scheme, and extension can be converted into SRF scheme based on the publication done by the researcher or the fellow. For SRF, stipend is up to 28,000 and contingency grant is up to 20,000. And last scheme by CSIR for senior research fellowship is Ramanujan Fellowship Scheme. This scheme is particularly for PhD in sciences, engineering, medicine, and masters in engineering and medicine. Age requirement is 55 years and stipend is up to 85,000 per month in addition to the regular income and 7 lakh rupees per annum for conferences and another expenses. The duration of this particular scheme is up to 5 years only, and this is non-extendable scheme. There was another scheme by SRF, but from this year onward, from 1st 4th 2016, this scheme is discontinued by the government due to budget constraints.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
In the CSR, two fellowship you talked about is your JRF and SRF.
Yes.
In the qualification part, if the student is being qualified this NET, this is for the researchers who are working in the CSR lab, or if the student is get admitted in a CSR project, there are two different cases that some institute which is not a CSR lab, they may also have a CSR project.
And this particular scheme is for the student who have covered BE, BTech with minimum qualification of the marks as listed into this particular sheet, and they have qualified NET examination. Only then they are get admission into CSIR laboratory for doing JRF and SRF.
But my question is, say suppose a non-CSR institute who is having a CSR project,
those must be covered under UGC, JRF and SRF scheme, not under CSIR scheme.
My question is something else. My question is, if a non-CSR lab is having a CSR project, then what will be the fellowship amount of the GRF and SRF?
the stipend amount will be same. That is 25,000 for initial first 2 year and 28,000 for the subsequent year. In that case, the GRF is converted into extended GRF scheme or into SRF extended scheme, but the evaluation is to be conducted at CSIR expert, is to be conducted by the evaluation committee that is fixed by CSIR laboratories under CSIR project, not by the host institution.
Madam, in a CSR project, there are two different schemes. One is your JRF, SRF, and a research associate scheme is also there.
Yes.
Research associate scheme, which probably you might have missed. Yeah,
yes,
fine.
that is 36, 38, and 40,000 rupees.
This is available.
Yes.
The fellowship amount is different if it is.
Fellowship amount is different. Hmm.
The point is that if a non-CSR institute is having a CSR project, then the fellowship amount is different. It is 14,000 per month. And
14,000, 18,000, yes.
If that is the case, when a non-CSR lab is having a CSR project.
Yes.
And if
then the stipend amount is different, that is 14,000, and for extended year that is 18,000 per month. Yes. But in CSIR laboratory, associate level 1 36,000, 38, and then 40,000 along with the contingency grant fixed by CSIR scheme. And again the schemes given by CSIR for faculty or for the research scholars, the faculty that is involved into various research projects. The travel grant scheme for the research scholar is discontinued from the financial year 2015 and 2016, again due to the budget constraint. So the travel grant scheme is applicable only by AICT for faculty as well as for the research scholars. Visiting associate scheme for scientists from the universities and from research and development laboratory. The age limit is 50 to 55 year and stipend is limited for 2 visits in CSIR laboratory, maximum of 60 days in a year, and in the form of stipend only the TADA is given to the visitor. And under Shanti Savrup Bhatnagar scheme, the major requirement under this particular scheme is recognizable work in the field of science and technology, and age limitation is up to 45 years. Even the overseas citizen of India can also apply under this particular scheme, and only rupees 5 lakh is awarded annually under this particular scheme. There are more schemes that are covered under CSIR. First is GN Ramachandran Gold Medal for Excellence in Biological Sciences and Technology, CSIR Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Fellowship Scheme, and CSIR Young Scientist Award Scheme. Young Scientist Award Scheme is for the scientists and researchers working in academic institution as well as for R&D laboratory as in regular employees. Whereas CSIR scheme is only for the toppers of CSIR and UGC, and GN Ramachandran scheme is for Indian citizen, age 45 year, and must have recognizable work in the field of biological sciences and technology. And stipend given under this scheme is to be fixed by the advisory committee constituted by Director General of CSIR with maximum 7 number of the expert. Likewise, the stipend for Shyama Prasada Mukherjee and Young Scientist Award is again listed. Next is Defense Research Organization. The different schemes that are, first one is Aeronautical Research and Development Scheme. This particular scheme is for this particular scheme by DRDO is for institutions. This develop the facilities at universities, various IITs and higher technical institution or colleges and other research centers including industries. And grant in aid for this particular scheme is 5 crore rupees per year. Selected areas like computational fluid dynamics, system design, engineering and composite structure technology are covered under this particular scheme. The host institute have to prepare a research proposal under this particular scheme and submit it to DRDO laboratory. After the approval of that particular project, the DRDO will ready to grant that particular institution under this particular scheme. Next is Armament Research Board. Armament Research Board is again for institution, for various research organization, universities, departments, laboratory and industries that are involved into different research project. Stipend is dependent upon the type of the project that is submitted by the host institute or by the industry, and these are some of the particular areas which are covered under this particular scheme. Next is Life Science Research Board. Stipend is again under Department of Science and Technology grant guidelines. This particular scheme is for institution level and it promotes the research in life sciences and allied fields. Next is Naval Research Board. DRDO cover the areas like hydrodynamic, sonar and signal behavior, ocean environmental conditions and scientific computing kind of areas, and stipend are again given depending upon the type of the project. Next scheme is Department of Atomic Energy. Department of Atomic Energy cover the schemes for the student as well as for the faculty and at institution level. The first scheme that is covered under Department of Atomic Energy is Raja Ramanna Fellowship Scheme. This particular scheme is for the graduates that are BE or BTech with minimum 60% of the marks. The age requirement under this particular scheme is 26 years of the age up to 1st September of every year, and stipend given under this scheme is rupees 20,000 per month, and age relaxation is given according to the category of the student. For SC/ST candidate 5 year of relaxation, whereas for OBC candidates the relaxation of age is up to 3 years. The students who are medically fit, and the medical examination is to be conducted by BARC Hospital, that is Baba Atomic Research Council Hospital of Department of Atomic Energy. Only the medical certificate issued by that particular hospital is to be medical conducted at that particular hospital is to be conducted authentic, and stipend for the student given under this scheme is up to 25,000 per month. The student can pursue ME and MTech at various centers of Department of Atomic Energy under this particular scheme along with the stipend for, and this particular scheme is for their ME period that is up to for 2 years. Next particular scheme is Dr. K.S. Krishnan Research Associate Scheme, that is for PhD in engineering or ME MTech with 2 years of experience in R&D. This particular scheme is to promote the doctorate level at national level. Under this particular scheme, the age requirement is 32 years, and like Raja Ramanna scheme, relaxation of the age is given to the various category of the student. Under this particular scheme, the stipend is given 18,000 per month to the student, and it additional of 10,000 per year for different kind of facilities that are consumed by the student for their research purposes.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you. This maximum limit is being changed now. Initially it was 17 lakhs. Now it is been revised to 25 lakhs for the DA.
17 lakhs?
Yeah, madam. It is 17 lakhs.
For which particular scheme, sir?
For this DA Young Scientist Research Award, in the website you can see the maximum limit is of 17 lakhs up to last year. Now
Yes.
they have revised this to 25 lakhs.
Okay, I'll correct it, sir. Thanks for the confirmation. So the age limit is same, and that is up to 35 years?
Age limit is the same, up to 35. Initially you have to apply for the hard copies. Now it is been online basis.
Online submission. Thanks for the corrections. Next scheme is for DAE Graduate Fellowship Scheme to take admission into MTech at various IITs and NITs. The major qualification requirement is BE and BTech with 60% of the marks, and age requirement is up to 26 years. And stipend that is covered under this scheme is 20,000 per month with other allowance, and this is up to 2 year only. If the student is able to successfully complete MTech, then he can join 4-month orientation course at Park Training Institution and then absorbed as a scientist C in DA unit with the scale of 15,600 plus 3,900 with the grade pay of 5,400 with increment depending upon the performance in MTech. And if posted in A class city, the allowance and increment is to be changed accordingly. So these particular schemes are for student community covered under Department of Atomic Energy. Next is for DAE CRC award scheme. This scheme is to support the individual research worker with highly innovative idea and with proven ability to pursue advanced research. Again, the Department of Atomic Energy have a look on your research publication report or on record or on your citation record when you are applying for this particular scheme. The minimum requirement for this scheme is BE BTech with 60% of the marks, and stipend or a grant is up to this scheme is for 5 years and stipend is given up to rupees 1 crore per project. Visiting scientist scheme. This particular scheme is to promote the interaction between various scientists from technical area, from Department of Atomic Energy, and interaction of those scientists at universities level, IITs level, and in national laboratories. And the stipend given under this scheme is mentioned. Tata Innovation, no, these schemes are for the Department of Biotechnology. First is Tata Innovation Fellowship Scheme. This particular scheme is for the PhD in Life Sciences, Agriculture, Veterinary Sciences, or Master Degree in Medical Sciences and Engineering, or an equivalent degree of Biotechnology area. 20,000 in addition to the regular income with contingency grant of 50,000. Next scheme is again for Ramalinga Swamy Re-Entry Fellowship Scheme is for PhD or equivalent in Life Sciences, Agriculture, Bioinformatics or MTech, and rupees 75,000 per month and contingency grant. And there are number of the schemes that are covered by Department of Science and Technology, that is GRF, SRF, RA, and another technique schemes that are mentioned under Science and Technologies: JC Bose National Fellowship Scheme, Ramanuja Fellowship Scheme, National Postdoctorate Fellowship Schemes. Another schemes that are covered for the drugs and pharmaceutical research. For the Department of Pharmacy, there are collaborative research and development project covered under DST to promote research into drugs and pharmaceutical area. Any industry, any organization that are involved into the research and development of pharmaceutical area are covered under this scheme. I have mentioned the details or the link for that particular website. The faculty from the pharmacy can go to this particular website and have a look for different kind of the schemes for their projects. These are the different schemes covered under DSIR, research in methodology, and there are some. In the starting of the session, we have discussed different kind of the schemes that are covered under political funding agencies. Political funding agencies are the rare cases for which there is a different funding agencies established at a government level. Those funding agencies are, first one is India Meteorological Department. India Meteorological Department entertain research project in the field of meteorology and in the field of atmospheric sciences, with particular reference to the scientists working into Indian universities, institution, as well as into the government organization. ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. Indian Space Research Organization again given different schemes for the faculty that is involved into research work, and for the students, those who want to have doctorate degree under research fellowship scheme. These are the different schemes that are given by ISRO. Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Ministry of Communication and Information Technology basically deal with the project related to bioinformatics, related to nanotechnology, industrial and electronic appliances development, more related to the electronics field. Ministry of Environment and Forest. Ministry of Environment and Forest cover all the projects related to the national as well as the social issues related to environment, the issues related to the biologically preserved areas, and the issues related to the environmental health and environmental sciences. So these are the different core. So when we are deciding and we are submitting a project to the various funding agency, the different things to remember by the researcher is, first one is to build a relationship with that particular funding agency. The first step to be followed by the researcher is, when you're applying your project to the funding agency, have a thorough study and thorough detail of that particular funding agency. What kind of the project is to be funded in history by that particular funding agency? What kind of research publication is to be done by that particular funding agency? Who is the program officer for that particular project? And what kind of a presentation and what kind of resources they are required for that particular project. Next is respect their time. As in your earlier discussion, you said that you have submitted your project online and the funding agencies demand number of hard copies time to time related to your particular project. The reviewers or the experts sitting into the panel, they are again the busy persons like us. They have you are applying for a single project. There are n number of the projects submitted to that particular funding agency, and it is not at all possible for all the time for them to download your project, have the detail of your project, and then comment or review your project and send you the feedback. If the researcher or the project who is applying for the fund, who is applying for the particular funding agency, have a record and have a proven record of the publication with an higher number of the citation, means your publication record will help you to have fund from that particular agency. And when the reviewer or the funding agency asks you the number of copies related to your project, this is the duty of the researcher to send them back the details the funding agencies required, and also know their interest. Know their interest means what kind of an emerging areas, what kind of a new technology the funding agencies are looking for the development sector. So related to their interest, you have to choose and opt the funding agencies after doing a thorough research. When the researcher in India, when the researcher is finding out a funding agencies that is appropriate for his work, means he or she is away from his bench for doing the research work. But if you want to have a grant from that particular funding agency, you have to do that to do the thorough study related to that particular funding agency and discuss the opportunity. For example, if you have submitted the project to that particular funding agencies and the funding agencies rejected your project under the scheme, what are the various schemes from that particular funding agency or from another funding agencies, so that you can submit your project proposal and have a grant of that particular project. So there are n number of the list which we have discussed in this particular session, and n number of schemes are left because the time is up to 1 o'clock only. If the participant want, I'll share this PPT with your coordinator, and they will send you this particular PPT for your references. So any other question, or would you like to add something for this particular session? This particular session is regarding the factual information that what are the various funding agencies available for the student as well as for the faculty, or what are the funding grants we can have at institution level.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
It's Vivek from Dronacharya Institute of Engineering Technology, Greater Noida.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I want to ask, basically you focused on the various funding agency for the science, basically for the science projects, right? For the biology and area.
Yes.
What are the various agencies for the social sciences? for
So
the
university
humanity.
covered number of the schemes.
Um,
Basically, University Grant Commission covered number of the schemes in the area of humanity as well as for social sciences. If
is
you
there any
want
other
the
agency?
area in social sciences, I will send you the list of various schemes
Right, right.
covered under social sciences and humanity. Can you please give me your mail ID?
Ma'am, it's AGGR
AGGR
R VIVEK
VIVEK
@
hmm,
gmail.com.
gmail.com. I'll mail you the list for various humanity and social sciences scheme. It is
Okay,
not
thank you.
possible to cover all the schemes in this
Okay,
time.
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Any another question from the participant?
Madam, can you share your email ID so that any queries you can send to you?
Yes, sir. That is Amandeep.
Can you spell that?
AMANDEEP.
Yes.
Knitter NITTTR dot CHD dot AC dot in.
Can you repeat, madam?
Amandeep AMANDEEP NITTTR.
There is no @
NITTR
TTR.
TTTR CHD dot AC dot in.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. From any another center, any query? So this is all for this session. The next session is at 2 o'clock, so we will adjourn for the lunch break. Thank you very much, all the centers.
ला वो पेपर ले आते ना ये भारत से अब फिर ऊपर नीचे करूंगा कौन से देख के लिख ले उसमें छोटा सा सही आदमी सही है साला कितना भी करो आदमी को काफी सर वो लिस्ट दे देना सब उसमें बाय दिया आपने हां वर्किंग नोट वर्किंग वाली वो चेंज हो गया दोबारा नया फॉर्मेट आया मेरे तो मैं आपका वो ये लगा यार ले पा कुछ ही नहीं लगा
So, good afternoon, dear friends. Now we are going to start with the third session of this day. And before I take up this session, I would like to know about the attendance of some of the centers, because for 10th June as well as for 13th June we have not received the attendance. So all the coordinators of respective 30 centers are requested to send their attendance to NITTTR Chandigarh, either at my email or at Dr. Mrs. S.P. Vedi's email. So kindly send the attendance of 10th June, that is on Friday, and yesterday's. So, and one more announcement, that I will be dealing with the topic till 15 past 3, that is 3:15, and after that Dr. Surendra Prasad, Chairman National Board of Accreditation, will join us, and he will be interacting with all the participants of 13 centers. And I also request some of the participants, senior most members, who may ask any question pertaining to accreditation, because these days accreditation is a must for all the technical institutions, and National Board of Accreditation is there, and chairman is will be available with us. And if you have any query in regard to accreditation, you will be welcome, and we will start at 3:15. And in case he is late by say 10 to 15 minutes, then I have got few centers which have not presented their presentations in regard to experimental research. So those centers who have not made presentation in regard to experimental research, they shall be ready, so that we can utilize that particular time. Now friends, we are going to start with the next session. As you know, this program is about research methodology, and research methodology begins with identification of a problem, defining the problem, stating the objectives, formulating the hypothesis. And we assume that as a researcher you have already identified a topic for research, defined it clearly, and stated its objectives, and formulated hypothesis. Formulation of hypothesis is based upon review of literature. Now, after having stated the objectives and formulated the hypothesis, the next task required of the researcher is to design the experiment, or to select an appropriate research design. So that you have already carried out. Sampling technique you have already listened to Dr. T.N. Thukral, and we also suppose that you have also selected an appropriate measuring instrument, or you have developed measuring instrument, and you have also collected the data. Now what to do with the data? It means you have to analyze the data. Analysis means breaking down something into its constituent parts for individual examination. So data is to be analyzed, and for this you need to know appropriate statistical tools. My purpose here in this session is not to teach you about statistics. My purpose is to enable you judge the adequacy of conclusion drawn from a piece of research in the light of analysis undertaken. And for analysis of data and interpretation of results, two types of statistics are computed. One is descriptive statistics and another is inferential statistics, and this particular session is on descriptive statistics. So friends, analysis of data and interpretation of results, and as I told you in the beginning, that analysis means breaking something into its constituent parts for individual examination, and data analysis is a process for obtaining raw data and converting it into information that is useful for decision making by users. So data is collected, it is analyzed to answer questions or test hypotheses or disapprove theories. So judging the adequacy of conclusion, and it is a science. Statistics is a science that deals with numerical data, collection, organization, analysis, and interpretation of such data. It is not that a researcher can employ any statistical tool for the analysis of data. So selection of statistical tool depends upon number of factors, and the most important one is the sorry, purpose or objectives of the study. For example, if the purpose of the study is to find out a relationship between two sets of variables, then you may employ different statistical tool. If your purpose is to study the significance of difference between means of two groups or more than two groups, then you may need to apply another type of statistical tool. You want to study the contributing factors to something, then you will employ some other statistical tool. So the selection of statistical instrument depends upon the purpose or the objectives of the study. Secondly, the hypothesis, because hypotheses come from the objective, and hypotheses are established or formulated on the basis of review of literature. If lot of previous research is available, then you go for directional hypothesis, or if the research is new, study is new, and or there are contradictory results, then you go for null hypothesis. So depending upon the type of hypothesis, you select appropriate statistical tool. Scales of measurement. You see, data for analysis results from measurement of one variable or other variables, and depending upon the variable and the way it is measured, different kinds of data result representing different scales of measurement. We have got nominal scale, which is only for identification purpose. It is at the lowest level. Ordinal scale, interval scale, ratio scale. So depending upon the scale of measurement, we employ different types of statistical instruments. And one more factor is the type of sampling used, whether it is a probability sample or non-probability sample. So keeping in mind the distribution of sample, we use appropriate statistical tool. Now, few fundamental concepts before we go for analysis of data. One is population. This has already been covered by Mr. Thukral. It's a defined group or aggregate of people, animal, objects, material, measurement, things. It could be finite, it could be infinite. When I say attitude of technical teachers toward teaching profession, it means all technical teachers, irrespective of caste, color, gender, state, country, will constitute the population. And since the population is very large, not feasible to collect information from every member of the population, we employ or we draw a small sample that represents the population, and for this we employ various sampling techniques. So any subgroup drawn by some appropriate method from a population, so that is representative. Parameter. It is a property descriptive or characteristics of the entire population. That is the parameter. And what is the statistics? Which is the corresponding property or characteristics of the sample. And data, as you know, it is the information that has been collected from an experiment or a survey or a historical record, etc. Two types of statistics are computed for the analysis of data. Descriptive statistics. These are the numbers that are used to summarize and describe the nature of distribution of data. Descriptive statistics uses the data to provide descriptions of the population either through numerical calculation or graphs or some tables like frequency distribution table, histogram, pie chart, or ogive, polygons. So the purpose is to organize data in form of charts, tables, or graphs, and we employ two types of descriptive statistics. One is measures of central tendency. That is, if you have a data of 100 students, and if you arrange the score of 100 students either in increasing order or in decreasing order, you will find that few students get highest, or you can say marks more than 80%, few students get marks less than 20%, and majority of them fall between the highest and the lowest group. And for a completely normal distribution, all mean, median, and mode, they lie at the same point. So we want to see whether the data has got center tendency, it is normal, and secondly, measures of dispersion or variability. Under this we include standard deviation or variance, and we want to see whether the data is skewed, negative, or positive, and the kurtosis, whether it is peaked data or the that is plateau data. So kurtosis is also computed. Inferential statistics is used for describing and making inferences about the population. So drawing conclusions from data that have been collected, organized, and analyzed, and we include t-test, z-test, ANOVA, chi-square test, etc. And this part will be taken up by Dr. Bedi tomorrow. So before we go for the data analysis, let us have a look at scales of measurement. As I told you that data for analysis results from measurement of some variable. It may be one or it may be number of variables, and depending upon the nature of the variable and the way it is measured, different scales of or different kinds of data result representing different scales of measurement. The one is the nominal scale. It is at the lowest level of precision, I would say, nominal. And here we arrange individuals or events in some arbitrary order. The purpose is to assign numbers for identification or for classification. For example, to classify according to name or group, for example, in a survey, we assign A1 to teachers, A to the heads of the department. Likewise, in a yes-no questionnaire, we make yes response a value of 1 and a no response a value of 2. So gender, caste, religion, rural, urban. So the arrangement, the assignment of nominal numbers to different categories or groups is done for identification or for summarization purposes only. So questionnaires, interview schedules, document review forms, all these have got nominal scale. Then the second one is the ordinal scale. It provides the quantitative qualities that can be used to classify further. It tells about the rank order, but not the distance between them. For example, if you observe 3 students performing a task, we can rank order them 1, 2, 3 in terms of time taken by them to complete the task. So we rank one student with rank 1 because he took 2 minutes to complete the task. Rank 2 is given to the student who has completed task in 4 minutes, and rank 3 is allotted to the third student who has completed the rank completed the task in 10 minutes. So the time difference between the first ranker and the second ranker is 2 minutes, but between the second ranker and the third ranker is 6 minutes. So this distance is not equal. So the third scale is the interval scale, which has got both the nominal and ordinal, so identification and rank order characteristics. So it has got equal intervals between the numbers on the scale. जैसे एक scale है 1 to 100, okay, students के marks, okay, 1 to 100 or 1 to 1000. So the interval is same in all these cases. So interval scale, and majority of data falls in this category. And the fourth one is ratio scale. It is also an interval scale, but it has an absolute 0 point. It is used only in physical measures. For example, weight, height, length. We say 0 or not 0. We can't use ratio scale in behavioral sciences. For example, if I have given one test to test in mathematics to 100 students, and one student has got 0 mark, it doesn't mean that he knows nothing. It means that he got 0 as far as those items were concerned. Those items in the question paper were concerned. So you cannot have 0 in human behavior. Now coming to the purpose of descriptive statistics. The purpose is to describe the data collected from a sample, and the purpose is to study the nature of distribution of data. And descriptive statistics studies employ either survey or observational research method. So for this we prepare table. We call it as a frequency distribution table, and for this data is organized into classes whose boundaries are given. So the data is given. So we the base of frequency distribution table is the scores and not the variant. So here in this case students. Now range of score is the very lowest, you can say is at the lowest precision, highest score minus lowest score. Rules for construction of class intervals of frequency distribution. Class intervals can be between 5 and 15, so that you can see a very clear picture of normal distribution. Width of class interval is Ci. You have to find out the midpoint of class interval, find out the you tally the data, and then find out the cumulative frequency. Graphical representation of frequency distribution. One is the histogram, okay. Another is the frequency polygon. So histogram is prepared between class intervals taken on the x-axis and frequencies taken on the y-axis, whereas frequency polygon is drawn between frequencies and the midpoint of class interval. Midpoint of class interval are taken on the x-axis, frequencies are taken on the y-axis. So the peak, this one peak shows that the data is to some extent normally distributed, and we have to see the value of skewness and kurtosis and its range, whether the value of skewness falls within the range of normal distribution or the value of kurtosis falls in the range of normal distribution. That we will compute later on. Measures of central tendency. Single numerical value, which is used to describe the average of entire sample of score. So this is frequency distribution table. So on the left hand side, class intervals, and the width is 5. For example, 50 to 54. So width is 5, and these are the class interval which are taken on the right column. Okay. So mean for ungrouped data is summation x over n. X means score, summation means If number of there are say 10 students, the scores are 10, n will be 10. So you can simply add all the 10 number and divide it by 10, you will find the mean. Mean for group data, the formula is summation fx over n. F is the frequency of class interval, x is the capital X is the midpoint of class interval. For example, for 50-54 class interval, the midpoint is 52. So you multiply 52 by 5, so you will be able to find out fx of this class interval. Likewise, you compute the fx value of all these class intervals and take a sum and then divide it by the total number. That total number is 75. Mean, this is a slightly long method. Now coming to short method. This is a very short, small method, short method, simplest method, and you can compute mean within 1 or 2 minutes. So AM means assume mean. So how you will find out assume mean? So you see the total is 75 and its 50% is 37.5. Now you add from bottom. So 2 plus 0, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 10, 25 plus 14, 39. It means the 37.5 falls in the class interval 30 to 34. So assume mean means that 32, that is the midpoint of this class interval, that is assume mean, plus C into I, whereas C is fx dash over n, and whereas x dash is capital X minus assume mean over I. For example, we want to find out the x dash value of this class interval, that is 30 to 34. So it is 32 minus assume mean, again it is 32, divided by I, it is 5, so it is 0. So it is 0 in case of 30 to 34 class interval. Then plus 1 ऊपर आएगा, 2, 3, 4, आप कैलकुलेट करके देखेंगे ऐसे ही आएगा. Then minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, and take the fx dash value, sum ले लीजिए and divide it by number 75. So you will be able to find out the value of mean by this method in 1 or 2 minutes. Now coming to the properties of mean. One is that sum of deviations of all measurements in a set from arithmetic mean is always 0. That is, deviation means score minus mean. And if you subtract mean of 5 scores from each of these scores and take its sum, you will find that it is 0. Another property is that sum of squares of deviation about assume mean is minimum than sum of squares of deviation about any other value. 5 scores are there. You take its mean and subtract this mean from each of these score and square it and take its sum, and this will be the minimum value. If you subtract any other value from any of the score and take its square, and that value will be more. So sum of squares of deviation about assume mean is a minimum than sum of squares of the deviation about any other value. And then there are number of groups, and we want to find out the mean of all the groups. So the formula is n1 m1 plus n2 m2 up to nn mn divided by n1 plus n2 plus nn. So because say you have got data for male, data for female, number is different, mean is different, so you want to find out the mean combined. So this is the formula. Now moving to the median. Median for ungrouped data. When n is odd, for example 16, 11, 15, 14, 13. Now the rule is first arrange this data either in increasing order or in decreasing order, and then the formula is MD median is equal to n plus 1 by 2th. So n here in this case is 5. So 5 plus 1 divided by 2, third. Okay. So you arrange 16, 11, 15, 14, 13 in increasing order or decreasing order. Then the third value will be your median. This is for n odd. Now for when n is even, say data is for 6 person, then this is n by 2th plus n by 2 plus 1th divided by 2. So 6 plus 2 or 6 divided by 2 is 3, and here it is 4. So you arrange the data in increasing order or decreasing order. You take the average of the value third and the value of the fourth score, and that will be the median. Now coming to median for group data, this is the formula: L plus n by 2 minus capital F into I divided by small f. So you have got class intervals. Say in the last slide I have shown you this data is for 75 individual. Its 50% is 37.5. You count from bottom and identify in which class interval that median will fall. Okay, so you encircle that class interval. Capital F will be the cumulative frequency of that, the cumulative frequency of the preceding class interval in which median lies, and small f is the frequency of the class interval in which median lies. So find out the value of capital F, small f, and multiply by I. I is width of class interval, and you will be able to find out the median. And we usually prefer median over mean when our data is skewed. If the data is normal, then you can find out mean. That will be very good. Another is third element of center tendency is the mod. Mod is the score which is repeated maximum number of times. For example, raw data is 6, 7, 6, 8, 9, 6, 5, 6, 4. So in this case, 6 value is repeated a number of times. So we say that it is the mod. And for group data, this is the formula, that is 3 median minus 2 mean. So you find out the value of median, find out the value of mean, by the method which I have given to you for the group data, and then you can find out mod. And for a perfectly normal curve, all m, that is mean, median, mod, they fall at the same point. Measures of dispersion. It indicates how data is spread out, how data is displayed or dispersed. For example, group 1, you notice that the data of 10 students is given: 25, 25, 30, 40, 55, 60, 75, 80, 80, 90, and you find out mean, it will be 56. Group 2, again data is given, mean is same. Group 3, again data is given, the mean is same. So 1, 2 and 3 all have same mean, but in 1 the spread is from 25 to 90, and in 2 it is from 30 to 85. Similarly, M1 and M3 and the spread are the same, but the intermediate scores are different. So for finding out dispersion or variability, the value of each score is taken into consideration. So measures of dispersions are very simple, is range. For ungrouped data, it is highest minus lowest score, and it tells nothing about how the remaining variates are dispersed between these extremes. Range for group data, highest, that is largest upper class boundary minus smallest lower class boundary. For example, in case of say 1 to 4 and up to 50 to 54, so 1 will be the lowest, smallest, and 54. So 54 minus 1 is 53, जो मैंने आपको पीछे एक frequency distribution table दिया था. Standard deviation, measure of some dispersion that is dependent upon the relative position of every score in the frequency distribution. That is why we calculate standard deviation. And for an ungrouped data, standard deviation is summation x squared divided by n, where x is the deviation of score from mean. So find out the deviation of score from mean, square it, sum all the squares, and then divide it by number and take its root. So that will provide the value of standard deviation. But for group data, the formula is summation fx square over n. So again, x is the deviation from mean. So हर एक क्लास इंटरवल का आप मीडियन निकालेंगे और उसमें से मीन माइनस करेंगे, दैट विल बी x. उसको आप मल्टीप्लाई करेंगे यानी स्क्वायर करेंगे x स्क्वायर, मल्टीप्लाई इट विद fx स्क्वायर. So sum of all fx square divided by n will be the standard deviation, and there is short method like we have seen in case of finding out mean. So this is the formula for finding out standard deviation through a short method where we can find out small x dash. So x dash is x minus assumed mean divided by I. So you compute the values in this formula and find out the standard deviation. Then next is the property of standard deviation. If each score in a frequency distribution is increased by the same value, say we have got score of 5 students, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you add 2 in each of these scores, then sigma will not change, it will remain the same. But if each score in a frequency distribution is multiplied by a constant, then standard deviation will be the multiple of that constant. And this is the formula for finding out sigma combined. That is, if you have got more than 2 samples and you have got their mean, their n values, and you want to find out combined mean, combined sigma. Another is quartile deviation. 1/2 the scale distance between the 75th and 25th percentile in a frequency distribution, and it is used when median is the measure of standard tendency. When there are scattered or stream scores which would influence the standard deviation disproportionately, when the concentration around the median is the middle of 50% cases, it is of primary interest, then you find out quartile deviation. And the formula of quartile deviation is Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2 here, wrongly written n, so it is 2. Okay, then where Q1 is L plus I into n by 4 minus f divided by small f. Same formula for as for median, but here we have put n by 4 because you see, if you have a scale and you divide into 4 equal parts, then you will find 3 nodes. So that is why Q1, Q2 and Q3, and Q2 is nothing but the median, and median is nothing but the point below or above which exact 50% cases fall. So Q1 इस तरह से निकालते हैं, and then Q2 जो है Q3 जो है वो इस तरह से L plus I into 3n minus 4 divided by minus f divided by small f, and Q3 minus Q1 over 2. Likewise, we are interested in finding out deciles. You have a scale, you have divided that scale into 10 equal parts, you will find 9 deciles. Likewise, percentiles. आजकल हम हर एक स्कोर का परसेंटाइल निकालते हैं, हर एक स्टूडेंट का परसेंटाइल स्कोर निकालते हैं. So if you divide a scale into 100 equal parts, you will find 99 percentiles. Okay, and then you want to find out the percentile rank of a student whose score is say 40. You find out the score below which how many cases would fall. Okay, you are interested. इससे मेरा percentile rank 98 है. I want to know 98 के पीछे नीचे कितने number जो हैं वो आते हैं. So we are interested in finding out that. Another is skewness. It is a measure of asymmetry because normal probability curve is symmetrical. You will see that normally increase होता है, peak आती है and gradual decrease है. But asymmetry of the probability distribution of a real value random variable about its mean. Its value can be positive or negative or even undefined. That is, when mean, median, mode, they don't fall at the same point, we say either it is skewed or it is Kurtic. So when the mean and median fall at the different points in the distribution and balance is shifted to one side or to the left or right, greater the gap between mean and median, the greater is the sequence. So you see, this is the normal probability curve, this is positive skewed, and here the in this case skewed negatively to the left means the scores are masked at the right hand of the scale and are spread out more gradually toward the low end or to the left. So this is the negative skewed, this is the positive skewness, and the formula for finding out skewness is 3 into mean minus median divided by standard deviation. And there is another formula, and that is P90, that is 90 percentile plus 10 percentile divided by 2 minus 50 percentile. So this is how you can find out this value of skewness. Then kurtosis, that highlights whether the frequency distribution is highly peaked or highly flat as compared to normal. So you see, just see now, this green color polygon is mesokurtic, that is normally distributed, whereas this blue color is platykurtic, and this is highly peaked, so it is the leptokurtic. So a frequency distribution more peaked than the normal, it is leptokurtic. So that is, if the value of kurtosis is 0.263, it is for normal curve, but if it is less than 0.263, it is leptokurtic, and if it is more than 0.263, it means it is platykurtic. And the formula for finding out kurtosis is Q divided by P90 minus P10, and in this way you can find out the value of kurtosis. Now coming to very important component to study the normal distribution. So let me give you the Anji.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Sir, in the last slide.
हाँ जी, लास्ट स्लाइड, हाँ जी, लास्ट स्लाइड में क्या है?
I'm sorry, I'm speaking from Tips Bhivani. Sir, in the last slide you had just shown kurtosis is measured by Q upon P90 minus P10. What does it mean? P90 and P10?
P90 is 90 percentile and P10 is 10th percentile, और उसका मैंने फॉर्मूला आपको बताया हुआ है, ठीक है? अभी पीछे मैंने बताया था, फॉर्मूला बताया. P90 means 90 percentile, Q means quartile deviation. Quartile deviation means Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. ठीक है, और Q1 और Q3 का मैंने फॉर्मूला आपको बताया है. देखिए, ये जो है, अगर आपके पास SPSS सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं है and you want to compute manually, so these formula can be used very easily. इसीलिए मैंने ये बताया, because many researchers do not have SPSS software. So अगर वो नहीं है तो हम मैन्युअली भी इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, और ये पीपीटी हम जो है उस पे वेबसाइट पे डाल देंगे, यू कैन डाउनलोड इट. नाउ normal curve, let me illustrate the computation. You see, if a coin is tossed unbiased, it will fall either head or tail, isn't it? And the probability of a head is 1/2, because we are tossing it twice. We are tossing it once. The probability of head is 1/2 and of tail is 1/2. So h by t, if it is tossed once, is h half plus t half, it is 0. On tossing two coins, A and B, at the same time, there are 4 possible arrangements which coin may take, like HH, HT, or tail head, or दोनों जो है वो tail, and sum of probability ratio is 0. And there are 8 possible outcomes if we toss 3 coins. So h plus t to raise 3 is h3 plus 3h2t plus 3ht2 plus t3. And on tossing 10 coins simultaneously, the expression would look like this. So 1h10 plus 10h9t 45ht 82 120H7. So it means 1H10 means one chance in 1024 of all coins falling heads. So this picture looks like a normal curve. So normal curve is a bell-shaped and symmetrical, and most of the observation clustering around the mean value. That is, it means the size, the shape, the slope of the curve on one side of the curve is identical to the other side of the curve. If the curve is bisected, then its right hand side completely matches to the left hand side. Mean, median, mode have the same value, depends upon the two parameters. The curve is asymptotic, that is, the normal probability curve approaches the horizontal axis and extends from minus infinity to plus infinity, but it never touches the baseline. This is, you see, it never touches the baseline. Other property is that the points of inflection occur at plus minus 1. So standard deviation unit, so curve changes from convex to concave in relation to the horizontal x. So the value of 1x plus minus 1 can be taken from table A area curve. Total area of normal probability curve is divided into plus minus 6 sigma from the center. It is divided into 3 positive sigma units and 3 negative sigma units. Just see, ये मैंने इसमें पिक्चर में दिखाया हुआ है. And ये जो curve है, it never touches the baseline, और -6 sigma to -3 sigma to +3 sigma, and value is also shown, that is plus minus 1 sigma means that 16.2% cases fall between 1 sigma and -1 sigma and +1 sigma, and 95.44% of cases fall between plus minus 2 sigma, and 99.73% cases fall between -3 and +3 sigma. So y ordinate represents the height of normal probability curve, and this is given here. It is unimodal, that is, it has only one peak point. There is only one peak. And another is that area under the normal curve between any two x-axis x values can be expressed as a percentage of total sample or population. Total area under the curve represents the total sample of or the population, and about 99.7% of population fall between plus minus 3 sigma. Another, let us have few of the applications. For example, in the distribution of test, mean is 45, standard deviation is 8, n is 500. So we want to find out the percentage and number of cases below 47, or say between 37 and 47. So you can use normal probability method formula. Another application is that, यानी पहली application का reverse, assuming normality, find the score below which 80% cases fall, or you can say find the score above which 30% cases lie. ये application हो सकती है इसकी. Another is, you want to determine the relative difficulty level of questions. For example, in a question paper, first question is answered by 10% of the student, second question is answered by 20% of the student, and third question is answered by 30% of the student, and we want to find out the relative difficulty level of the questions. So this can be solved by using the normal probability curve. Another is to separate a given group into subgroups according to capacity when trait is normally distributed. Say you have given a questionnaire to 500 students, and you want to divide 500 students into 5 groups ranging from, say, A grade, B grade, C grade, D grade, E grade, okay, A to E grade, and you want to find out how many percentage of cases fall in E grade, D grade, C grade, B grade, or A grade. This can be found out with the help of normal probability curve. So the tables are available in the statistics book, or you can download from the internet. That is table A So this is used for computing all those above 4 applications. And this is regarding the descriptive statistics. And in regard to descriptive statistics, if you have any query, you are welcome. Yes, or otherwise we will start with the presentations about the experimental research, because I know that many of the centers have were not able to make their presentation on during the last week, that is on Friday. So any query related to descriptive statistics? So okay then, now may I request DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology Jalandhar, because they have not made their presentation about the experimental research method. And first of all, may I note how many participants are presently now present?
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Hanji, Hanji.
16 present, 17 present, sir.
17 present है out of 20, तो तीन कहाँ? सर वो पक्का थे, अवेलेबल थे?
नहीं है सर, अटेंडेंस है जी उनकी.
अच्छा, तो सर आप बोल रहे हैं मिस्टर डॉक्टर दिनेश कुमार?
जी सर.
हाँ जी
जी सर.
हाँ, तो डॉक्टर दिनेश कुमार, अभी थोड़ी देर तक डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र प्रसाद आने वाले हैं, हु इज चेयरमैन ऑफ नेशनल बोर्ड ऑफ एक्रेडिटेशन. तो काइंडली आपके मन में कोई एक्रेडिटेशन से रिलेटेड कोई पॉइंट है? आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन ने एक्रेडिटेशन करवा लिया हुआ है?
नहीं सर, अभी नहीं जी. वी आर प्लानिंग.
यू आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ. तो काइंडली आप उनसे इंटरेक्ट कीजिए. वो अबाउट 30 मिनट्स ही विल बी हियर विद अस.
फाइन सर.
हाँ जी. तो अभी जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च का जो प्रेजेंटेशन था वो आप करवाइए.
जी सर.
हाँ जी. Stating the title of the research study, objectives, hypothesis, research design, and the experimental extraneous variables. कौन सा independent है, कौन सा dependent है, और extraneous variables. हाँ जी, डॉक्टर दिनेश कुमार कौन प्रेजेंटेशन देने लगे हैं?
सर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग एंड मैथमेटिक्स, दे हैव रेडी विद प्रेजेंटेशन.
ओके सर.
सर, इज इट विजिबल?
हाँ जी, प्लीज गो अहेड.
हेलो.
हाँ जी.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. हेलो.
हाँ जी.
Sir, the statement of the problem is analysis of variables of teaching learning environment as related to attainment of concepts in technology.
अच्छा, तो ये मैथमेटिक्स में है?
Right sir.
Okay. So how do you say that it is an experimental study?
It is a basically theoretical study, sir.
Experimental study.
Yes.
तो इसमें इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल कौन सा है और डिपेंडेंट क्या है?
Independent variable.
हाँ जी, क्या है इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल, कौन सा है? इन ट्रीटमेंट क्या है?
Dependent variables are highly intelligent groups.
नहीं, वो डिपेंडेंट
hypothesis for the present study. in which the independent variables are genders, teacher, and qualification of teachers.
Okay. और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल?
इंटेलिजेंट ग्रुप सर।
नहीं, पर आप किसका इफेक्ट किसके ऊपर देखना चाहते हो? आप इसको एक्सप्लेन कीजिए, किस चीज का इफेक्ट किस चीज के ऊपर देखना चाहते हो? हाँ जी, सर किस चीज का इफेक्ट किसके ऊपर देखना चाहते हैं? आपने टॉपिक तो लिख दिया।
To study and compare the attainment of concepts in trigonometry with respect to teachers.
इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? नहीं, इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? विद रिस्पेक्ट टू टीचर,
राइट सर, विद रिस्पेक्ट टू टीचर्स।
टीचिंग लर्निंग जो है वो इंडिपेंडेंट है और टीचर लर्निंग है वो डिपेंडेंट। ट्रिग्नोमेट्री कंसेप्ट आर डिपेंडेंट।
नहीं सर, नहीं। आप इसमें ट्रीटमेंट क्या देना चाहते हो? कोई ट्रीटमेंट भी दे रहे हो? आप उनको कोई पढ़ा रहे हो?
Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बोलिए।
Sir, there is some problem in the mic, I think, because we are not able to speak. Hello.
पर आपकी आवाज तो आ रही है ठीक से।
Sir, sometimes it's not. आगे बात।
नहीं, बिल्कुल ठीक आ रही है। सर बताइए, इसमें ये एक्सपेरिमेंट कैसे हुआ? आप पर्टिकुलरली इसमें क्या स्टडी करना चाहते हैं?
मैं तो मैथ वाले नहीं है, मैथ वाले नहीं है।
हाँ जी, डीएवी कॉलेज प्लीज।
सर हेलो।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
Sir, we are also ready with the second because they are not clear about this, so we are.
इसीलिए इसको छोड़ दीजिए, सेकंड लेइए प्रेजेंटेशन।
Hello.
Hello, हाँ जी।
Good afternoon, sir. We are from IT department. We are going to present our task on experimental research.
मैम एक सेकंड रुकिए, आपके सेमिनार हॉल में वी आर नॉट एबल टू सी एनी वन ऑफ यू। एक ही बैठे हुए, बाकी लोग कहाँ गए?
So now are they visible? Actually, they were sitting on the other side of the camera.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, आप प्रेजेंट कीजिए।
Okay, sir. Our topic is analysis of nature-inspired intelligence.
आप प्लीज स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए, so that others can see your presentation.
Okay, sir. We are sharing.
Already shared.
लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में ऑप्शन है
Already shared.
नहीं है सर, नहीं आ रहा।
Just a minute, sir.
हाँ, अब आया, ठीक है।
ठीक है सर। Our topic is analysis of nature-inspired intelligence for facial feature selection and recognition. So these are the objectives.
Ma'am,
These
ma'am,
are the objectives.
before you
Hello?
give the हाँ जी ma'am, before you explain the objective in
Yes.
simple language, in layman language, you please explain how this is an experimental study.
Sir, actually, this is a study about the analysis of facial recognition, face recognition technique that is being employed. It is on that, how the different expressions, facial expressions are being detected by the machines, the systems.
Okay, so what are the independent variables and dependent variables?
So the independent variables are the distance between the eyes, nose, and lips, and the dependent variable is the training time and the average recognition rate. So basically, there is only one dependent variable, which is average recognition rate.
Okay, okay, ठीक है. हाँ जी, अब आप objectives पे आइए.
The hypothesis of this is artificial bee colony and ant colony optimization techniques can improve the accuracy of facial feature selection and recognition. This is the hypothesis we are considering.
Okay. तो आपके objective तो 3 थे. So there is only one hypothesis, because you can make for the second objective you can have one hypothesis, for the third objective you can have 2 hypotheses.
Sir, as such we don't have any experimental study in engineering, so that's because we have not done so far, but this is basically we want to analyze the optimization techniques.
Sir, you have very nicely written the hypothesis 1, but you can also write hypothesis for the second objective and the third objective. उनका भी उसी तरह लिखा जा सकता है.
Sir, it is a combined hypothesis for all the objectives.
मैम वैसा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं कर सकते आप. आपको स्पेसिफिक बनाना है, उसके 3 हाइपोथेसिस बना दीजिए. That will be more relevant.
Okay, fine, sir.
रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, क्योंकि हम करते हैं एनालिसिस. एनालिसिस का मतलब उसको पार्ट्स में जितना लेके जाएंगे उतना बेटर होगा.
जी सर.
ठीक है, हाँ जी. आगे.
This is the research design. First we extract features using discrete wavelength transformation, then feature selection using artificial bee colony, then face recognition using ACO, and then is the last is the result comparison.
Okay. So any extraneous variable, हाँ ठीक है.
Yes. These are the measuring parameters tools, which are the parameter in our case. 2 parameters are there: training time and average recognition rate. And these are the various types of variables. We are considering only three distance between these 3: eye, nose, and lips. Dependent variable is accuracy, and extraneous variable is the face color. Because we are not considering it, but it can be an important variable for recognition of face.
So how you will be able to control this extraneous variable face color को?
In our study we are basically considering the distance factor, but we can also include this color as a one of the factors.
Okay, फिर इसको extraneous नहीं बोलिए ना, फिर इसको one of the variable you can say.
But in this study we have not considered it, that's why we are putting it into the external variable.
It's okay. फिर इसको control कैसे करोगे? तो ये interfere करेगा.
Okay, so we can put into the independent variable also.
हाँ, तो फिर अदरवाइज एक्सटर्नस वेरिएबल जो है इसको अफेक्ट कर रहा है, क्योंकि एक्सपेरिमेंटल स्टडी में यू हैव टू ईदर रिमूव ऑल द एक्सटर्नस वेरिएबल और यू नीड टू कंट्रोल देम टू सम एक्सटेंट एंड देन से कि मेरी जो स्टडी है इसके ऊपर डिलिमिट है.
जी सर.
ठीक है. That's it. हाँ जी. और दूसरी प्रेजेंटेशन और किस डिपार्टमेंट ने बनाई है?
Sir, 2 presentations are there only, but
पर वो मैथमेटिक्स वाली तो ठीक नहीं हुई.
जी सर.
तो और किसी डिपार्टमेंट, बिकॉज यू हैव गॉट फैकल्टी इन सिविल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैकेनिकल. अभी डॉक्टर
we don't have any faculty from civil and electrical.
डॉक्टर दिनेश ने कहा था कि मैकेनिकल वाले भी प्रेजेंट करेंगे.
Sir, mechanical and mathematics they combined together, but mathematics people are not present. One of them is present only, so that's why they are not able to present.
So can you give us some time for the same?
अभी बना, अगर आप 15 मिनट्स में बना सकते हैं तो
please give us.
हाँ, 15 minutes you can be given.
Fine, sir.
Okay. So now we move to YMCA University of Science and Technology. YMCA University of Science and Technology, Dr. Manisha Garg. Are you available? YMCA University of Science and Technology. YMCA University of Science and Technology, Faridabad. Are you here? Connected है?
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Hello. So can you hear me?
हाँ जी, please. May I know Dr. Manisha is there?
So I am Dr. Rajiv Saha
From YMCA Institute?
from YMCA. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So may I know how many participants are now present?
But we have around yes, sir, around 18 here at present.
18 are present.
Yes.
And you know that Dr. Surendra Prasad is likely to join us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if you have any query related to accreditation, please do ask. And
Sure.
I know that is your institute already accredited?
Yes. We are going for accreditation of NAC, sir.
Okay, NAC, because it's a university.
Yes,
So,
yes.
ठीक है. Okay then. So please request your participants to make presentation.
Sir, they have already made their presentation, sir. Yesterday they have made it.
नहीं, about experimental research.
Yeah, about experimental research.
नहीं, वो तो measuring instruments के ऊपर था, क्वेश्चनियर के ऊपर था. वो डॉक्टर बेदी ने measuring instruments के ऊपर लिया था.
नहीं सर. कुछ किसके ऊपर किया था?
ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च में नहीं हुआ.
एक्सपेरिमेंटल
क्वेश्चनियर के ऊपर हुआ था.
Let me show you again.
नहीं, that was on questionnaires, I know. So experimental research method.
जो आपका है ना
अच्छा.
एक किया था.
बोल दो.
Excuse me, sir.
हाँ जी.
Sir, one experimental research in computer science that we have presented. Another was on mechanical, which we need to present, and that participant is absent today.
नहीं, कंप्यूटर का कब किया आपने?
Sir, I think day before yesterday. Let me check you and again share it you, so that you can remember it. To you only, I think we have presented.
Okay, please ask the mechanical person to come immediately. So 5 मिनट के बाद हम आपके पास दोबारा आते हैं.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So PV Institute of Technology, Vijayawada.
Good evening, sir.
हाँ जी, PV Institute.
Yes, sir.
हाँ जी, may I know how many participants are now present?
12 members, sir.
Huh?
12 members, sir.
So how many were actually
14 members, sir. 14 members, sir. 2 members were in the work, sir. Institutional work.
So may I now request you to kindly make a presentation?
Yes, sir.
And you know that Dr. Surendra Prasad is likely to join us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Already we have informed the management, sir.
Okay.
So are you able to see, sir?
Share your screen.
Yes, already it is shared, sir.
No, but we are not able to see it. नहीं है ना?
We have screen, sir. Okay, one second. So now is it okay?
Okay.
Yes.
इसको presentation mode पे ले आइए.
Yes.
It is development of self-lubricating cutting tool material for machining polymer matrix material.
Yes,
So
sir.
put it on presentation mode.
Yes, sir. I've already kept, sir.
नहीं, अभी हुआ नहीं है. It is visible, लेकिन वो slide mode में है. It is not in presentation mode. F4 होता है.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
F4 करिए. F5 sorry.
F5.
No, it's
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, अब दिख रहा है. So now you explain how it is the experimental research.
Yes, sir. Sir, title of this one is development of self-lubricating cutting tool material for machining polymer matrix material, sir. Generally, when we machine, generally we use coolant, sir. Without that coolant, we need to machine. So for that objectives, if you see, let's go into next slide.
Next slide.
Yeah, is it visible, sir? Second slide.
नहीं अभी नहीं दिखा.
Yeah, 1 second, sir.
हाँ. Yes. Now it is visible. Second slide.
Our objectives are to develop, main thing is to develop self-lubricating cutting tool material for machining purpose. So second one is how to manufacture that one. There are different manufacturing techniques like forging, machining, casting, and powder metallurgy technique. Powder metallurgy technique is the best one we choose for manufacturing cutting tools. From literature we have chosen, that is why I have highlighted that one. That is why we choose for manufacturing that cutting tool, this method. And what material we need to use? There are several cutting tool materials. This is the cemented carbide that I have highlighted, that is best suited for cutting polymer matrix material. So what are the other inoculants, some alloying elements we need to add, and binder materials we need to add. So in that there are several materials. From this molybdenum disulfide that I have added, sir. After that, how to mix that one? Whatever we add alloying element, how you need to mix, at what time we need to mix. So how much we need to add, that is also in objectives, sir. Next slide, continuations. So what should be studied in this one? Generally, how much amount of material we add, that binder material to that parent material, how much percentage I mean, and how much compaction. Generally, in powder metallurgy technique, we mix the inoculant and we compact it, sir. And it depends upon the powder morphology also, particle size. So in this again, sintering characterization, temperatures versus duration, how much time you need to do sintering, heat it, and density, that is before sintering and after sintering, that is green density and sintered density. So after that impact strength we need to see, that is the objective of sintered part after manufacturing, and hardness test and wear test, that is the main thing, sir, that I have highlighted. Because since it is a self-lubricating material, we are not adding any lubrication while machining. So we need to check for wear of that material. And next is transfer rupture strength and microstructural characterization. These are the objectives that we need to study, sir.
Sir, these are the objectives, but these are not written in the language of objectives.
Okay, sir.
Because you have simply written down the points. What you want to study, you have spoken out very well, but you have not stated clearly. The objectives are not stated in the language of the objective. They should begin with the word to, and then it is to be followed by some verb, like say to study the impact of, like that. So these are not written in the language of objectives. So these need to be corrected. So what you can do is you send us this slide, and we will send back you the corrected version. And you also send me how you are going to conduct this study. इसी में लिख दीजिए, so that I can write very well the objectives of your study. So the hypotheses are, again, the hypotheses are not written in the language hypothesis. Hypothesis means a tentative guess, a solution. What you are going to see, वो आपको propose करना है, आपको guess solution लिखना है.
Actually,
not written.
You told only 6 slides like that. That is why.
That is okay. वो 6 slides हैं, but 6 slide में भी जो उसका language है वो proper होना चाहिए ना. ये लैंग्वेज प्रॉपर नहीं आया उसमें। ओके चलो
Okay.
मुझे ये बताइए कि भी इसमें इन दिस पर्टिकुलर स्टडी व्हाट आर द इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स एंड
Yeah.
व्हाट इज द डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल?
Okay, sir. First, are you able to see, sir, hypothesis?
हाँ yes.
Hypothesis are density and hardness will increase when we add molybdenum disulfide. When we add,
So you write like this, that density and hardness will increase with the addition of this. तो
okay,
ये
okay.
इस तरह से लैंग्वेज पूरी होनी चाहिए, ये
हाँ,
पूरा
sir,
सेंटेंस नहीं है।
Yes, sir.
हाँ
And percentage of wear decreases because without lubrication we are adding, definitely there will be wear. Since we are adding molybdenum disulfide, we expect that there will be less wear. So next slide. In this next is a research design, sir. In this independent variables and dependent variables. Independent variables are percentage of tungsten carbide, the base material, majority material is that one, and molybdenum disulfide and cobalt percentage, and sintering time, duration.
And you will vary in different groups?
Yes, sir.
You will vary all these percentage?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Only then you will see which percentage of tungsten carbide will produce better result.
Better result, yes, sir. And time also. Time and temperature also. And the dependent variables are density, that is green density. Green density in the sense when it is in a raw form, sir, before any heating, that density of that material. And after that, sintered density. After heating, whatever we get the specimen, that density we calculate, that density is called sintered density. And strength, in that strength, impact and transfer ruptured strength, sir, and hardness and percentage wear and microstructure of the material after specimen. These are the dependent variables, sir.
Okay.
And coming to the extraneous variables, type of mixing, we can mix in different techniques, sir. There are different techniques like we can mix in different modes, like we can mix in high temperature or low temperature. We can blend it in a there are different types of blenders available, V-cone blender, round type blender. These are different mixers are there. That is also one variable. And size and morphology.
That is a variable, but you are trying to control this variable. Extraneous variable means the influence of these variable could affect the outcome of your study. That is why you are required to either remove or you are required to either control. So how you are going to control these variables?
That we will be knowing by the time, sir. When we mix in less time, if you mix, we don't get good result. So for more time, we need to mix it. Proper homogeneous mixture will mixing takes place. Then
You
we
will
will get very
ensure.
good result.
You will ensure that it is homogeneous mixing.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And size and morphology of powder particles. It can be a powder particle. We can take in 40 microns, 5 micron nano size particles. It can be tetragonal shape or round shape. It may vary, sir. Based on that morphology also, property will vary, sir. Duration of mixing, that already I have told. Time will be very dependent on that property. And size and shape of the specimen, we cannot manufacture as we wish. So as per the ASTM standards, we proceed, sir. That is why it comes under extraneous variable.
Okay.
So how we execute this one? By design of experiments, we execute this one, sir. And we apply ANOVA technique for the results, sir.
ANOVA.
Yeah.
How many variables are there then? Whether it is two-way ANOVA or three-way ANOVA or four-way ANOVA? Factorial design कौन सा है? Two-way, three-way, four-way?
Sir, 4 variables are there, sir. In this, mixing is one of the variable, temperature is a variable, and time, sintering time is one of the variable, and mixing time another variable. These are the different variables. So generally we go for one-way ANOVA only, sir, and two-way ANOVA is much complicated.
So you will take two groups at a time.
Yes, sir. And orthogonal array we get L27.
Okay. So
factorial L27.
so you have described it very well, but the language is the problem because the hypothesis and objectives are not stated as per the required
Since I
format.
told briefly, that is why now just one word. So many people
Otherwise, your study is very good. And have you carried out this study, or you are going to do this study for your ME or PhD thesis?
I'm going to do, sir.
For PhD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So go ahead. Okay. Now, any other participant is there?
Yes, sir.
1 minute.
Next participant.
No, sir. We have only one presentation, sir.
Why, sir? Because you have got faculty of various disciplines.
Yes, sir.
और कौन सा discipline था?
We'll send it to you, sir. So not right now. Right now we have no presentation, sir, and we have kept them, but we are not carrying it.
Okay. Now we move to Gandhi Academy of Technology, Odisha. Gandhi Academy.
Yes, sir.
Hanji.
Good afternoon. Bully, sir.
So may I know how many participants are there now?
Yeah, we are having, sir, 21 participants, sir, out of 25.
So where are 4 goons? Where are 4 other members?
They are outside. They went to washroom, sir.
Okay. So have you sent the attendance, yesterday's attendance as well as 10th June's attendance?
Yesterday, I think they sent. Today they have sent, sir.
They are
Okay.
sending. Sir.
So may I know who is going to make a presentation on experimental research?
So we
have already presented, sir.
You have already presented.
Sir, sir.
Okay. So Dr. Surinder Sharma is Prasad is likely to join us, who is the chairman of National Board of Accreditation. Is your college already NBA accredited?
No, sir, this is under process, sir.
You are on the process. So if you have any query, you are please welcome.
Fine, sir. Sir, I have already sent you my that presentation to you in Professor Bedi's mail ID. What we discussed regarding my cyber contract.
Okay. So I'll request her to forward to me. So then I'll get back to you.
Sure, sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Then CV Raman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar.
Yes, sir.
Hanji.
We are ready for that.
Hanji. How many participants are present?
21.
So, yesterday there were 19. So how many are the actual registered candidates?
21 registered.
21. So all 21 are present.
All.
Is your college already NBA accredited?
Yes, 4 departments are already MBA accredited. Another 2 this year we are applying.
So please, when Dr. Surinder Prasad joins us, please share your the success experiences.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So now, may I know who is going to make a presentation?
Dr. T. Badpanda will go over it.
Okay, please. Ask him to share the screen, full screen. Hello. Sir, right now I'm taking class. Okay. So it is synthesis and characterization of polymer ceramic composites for piezoelectric vibrational energy harvesting.
Yes, sir. Next. So the objective of this work is to, first of all, we have to optimize the synthesis route. Then we have to identify the material compositions, which gives the desired piezoelectric and mechanical.
Please go to the first slide and explain how you say that it is an experimental study.
Sir, it's a purely experimental study on which we have to prepare the samples at different synthesis conditions. Then we have to
actually it is synthesis study, so it is an experimental study. Okay, then go to second slide, that is objective.
So our objective is to first synthesize the material by different synthesis route, and again also we have to optimize that synthesis conditions. Then from that we'll pick out the material which shows the desired piezoelectric and the mechanical properties. Then from that experimental data we'll simulate that experimental data into the available models, and then we'll show the performance of this harvester. So these are the hypotheses of our work.
Let me ask one question. Do you normally write hypotheses in your research studies, or you have already come to know after attending this particular program?
Sir, actually,
frankly speaking, this particular program also.
Usually you don't write the hypothesis.
Write only objectives. In our
only objectives.
Only in our manuscript we never write about this hypothesis, neither in our project, but we have submitted already.
Okay.
The objective and the motivation of the work.
So hypothesis you have come to know only during this particular short-term course.
Yes, sir.
So actually hypotheses are well established. So you see, this is a very important concept. Every researcher has to write hypothesis, but they don't know how to write hypothesis.
Actually, we say in other way, that is project outcomes.
Yes.
But don't write the word hypothesis there.
Okay, okay.
We have written a hypothesis.
Okay.
So this is our research design, how we'll proceed our work. So we'll first prepare the samples with different ceramic content in our polymer matrix. Then the measuring tools are being written as follows. So we'll use these following tools or the instruments for our measurement and the synthesis process. So the variables here is the independent variables are the heat treatment temperature, the ceramic content, the pressure, the stirring RPM, ultrasonication time, the Pauling field end time, AC field and frequency, the operating temperature, and the density.
Please, all these are independent variables. Will you introduce all in one go or one by one?
Sir, actually these are the two different sites are there. One is related to the synthesis and the second one is related to during the characterization.
Okay.
So the first part whatever we have shown is that up to ultrasonic time, these are up to the synthesis process.
Some of the variables we hold and then we conduct the test for the others. Then we, rerotate it. Some of the variables we keep it as constant, then vary the others. We understand, we take the readings, and thereafter, henceforward, we carry on.
Okay.
All at a time, we are not varying, of course.
Okay, okay. And what about extraneous variables?
So we have written at the bottom that the electrode thickness.
From where you have come to know that these are the extraneous variable? Have you gone through literature? They have told you?
Yes, sir.
That these are going to influence?
Yes, sir. We have gone through.
So how you are going to control all these extraneous variables?
They are written in brackets, as you can see.
By controlled by sputtering. Okay, okay. Good, good. Well done. Hanji. बहुत बढ़िया. Next, proceed.
So these are the
execution.
These are the execution.
Hanji.
So first you have to analyze the phase and optimize the synthesis condition. Then the polling will be done below the breakdown voltage. Then the frequency and temperature dependent and dielectric study will be carried out. Then the remnant polarization and the cohesive field will be evaluated. Then we'll go for the resonance and the anti-resonance frequency. Then we'll go to the Young's modulus. Then the electrical and mechanical parameter will be calculated. And from this, all this experimental data, we'll take out the experimental data and put that in the model to perform the harvester analysis.
Okay.
That's it, sir.
So what any statistics you would use for data analysis, or no, not required at all?
We will only believe on the experimental data. We are not going to use.
So you will only execute it and you will see the result.
Yes.
So further application is not there.
No, sir.
Okay. ठीक है. It's only developmental or synthesis study.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So next presentation.
Yes.
Next presentation.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Effect of addition of titanium metal powder and temperature on electrical conductivity of titanium electrode. So, Dr. Jayashree Mahan will present. She is working on this project.
Our objective is to evaluate the electrical properties of TiO2, that is what is the conductivity of TiO2 electrode that will be suitable for high temperature electrolysis. Now the hypothesis of this work is based on that we know that whenever we prepare one electrode, that material should have proper strength, conductivity and porosity. So based on this concept, we prepare the TiO2 electrode by applying the compaction method, followed by heat treatment at various temperatures. Then we measure the electrical conductivity.
Okay, to some extent these appear to be good, but these are not written in proper language as it hypotheses are written. Okay, now move to research design.
So as we have discussed that the proper electrode is it should have proper strength and proper conductivity, and based on that concept, the research design is we have, in order to increase the electrical conductivity, we have added the titanium metal powder to the TiO2 powder, and then it is formed in the form of compact pellet, and then it is heat treated at different temperature, and in this process the dependent variables are temperature, composition and compaction ratio, whereas the independent variables are environmental temperature, pressure, humidity, and the extraneous variables are time period for heat treatment.
Ma'am, are you studying the effect of independent variables on dependent variables?
Yes.
So environmental temperature, how you are introducing environmental temperature, how it is going to affect the temperature?
No, actually, since we are heating that means the electrode is heated at very high temperature. So we think that their independent variables, it is not affected by the environmental temperature.
No, but you have said that environmental temperature is an independent variable, but and in experimental research we always study the effect of independent variable on the dependent variable.
That is but the environmental temperature, we know that is very less in comparison to the heating temperature. So we think that it will not.
He is getting confused with this dependent.
And you will also study the effect of pressure on dependent variable.
Yes.
So how you are giving a treatment as a pressure?
Sir, one thing I want to say that the dependent variables I have written temperature, and that temperature is from 1000 to 1400 degrees centigrade.
Okay.
Whereas independent variable, that is environmental temperature. Yes, and at that temperature, and we have already seen that there is no effect on the dependent variables.
Sir, this is one of the DST project running in our department. This is going on, funded by DST.
That is okay, but my only concern is that in an experimental study we always study the effect of independent variable on dependent variable, and independent variables are either manipulated or you can say some treatment is given, or some you can say something is introduced as far as independent variable is concerned, and its effect is seen on the dependent variable.
Yes, we have already seen that one.
Okay. And you have written that time period for heat treatment is the extraneous variable. So is the time period going to affect your study?
Yes, sometimes we have observed.
How you will ensure that time period will remain the same?
Control means by measuring the conductivity at different time period for heat treatment, we have just optimized the time period.
So that on the study you have to optimize how to eliminate the extraneous variable.
Okay.
Then in execution, we have
This is your experimental procedure execution.
yes, yes.
So any statistics you would employ for analysis of data? Any statistics require?
No, sir.
No statistics is required in this case.
No, sir, no, sir, not required.
It is
Okay.
purely experimental.
This is purely experimental study.
Findings only we'll see the property study and all this.
So, okay, friends, thank you very much for making a presentation on experimental research. So, sir, we have given them one task because we have described about what is the experimental research and how objectives are written, how hypotheses are formulated, and then how research design, what is the independent variable, dependent variable, and now they are making presentation. They have selected one topic and they have prepared the proposal. So this was the task. So please sir, idhar aaiye. Who are these students?
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome and introduce Professor Surendra Prasad, who is chairman of National Board of Accreditation. So he is with us. Professor Prasad had his education at IIT Kharagpur and IIT Delhi, and he has served IIT Delhi for about 40 years and has also worked as the director for 6 years, that is from 2005 to 2011, and he is an eminent educationist and researcher and has and is the recipient of a number of awards. To mention a few are Vikram Sarabhai Research Award, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, Om Prakash Bhasin Prize, Vasvik Award for Technology, Lifetime Achievement Award, and Distinguished Alumnus Award of IIT Kharagpur, and is awarded with honorary doctorate by the Loughborough University, UK. And he is also fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineer and Indian National Science Academy. So friends, he is with us, and sir, this particular course on research methodology is of 2 weeks duration, and it was started on 6th of June and it will go up to 17th of June. And right now 13 different engineering institutions are connected to us with the ICT mode, and the institutions are GAV Institute of Engineering and Technology Jalandhar, YMCA University of Science and Technology Faridabad, PV Institute of Technology Vijayawada, Gandhi Academy of Technology Odisha, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology Panipat, CV Raman College of Engineering Bhubaneswar, Sri Sukhmani Institute of Engineering and Technology Derabasi, Dronacharya Group of Institution Greater Noida, Chandigarh University, and that is the University Institute of Hotel Management, it is Ghadua in Punjab. Then IEC Group of Institution Noida, Dronacharya College of Engineering Gurgaon, TITS Bhiwani, and Government Engineering College Bharatpur. So right now about 370 faculty of these institutions are participating in this particular course.
Oh, wonderful.
So 370. So this particular program is of 2 weeks, and we have included topics like we have put topic like concept, type and process, that is research, emerging areas of research. Our faculty of mechanical, computer science, electrical and computer science and electronics, they have shared the emerging areas of research in the respective areas. Then we started with selecting and defining a research problem, what is the criteria, and they have been given tasks. Then the literature review, then survey, content analysis and case study, and then sampling technique, correlation and ex post factor research, experimental research, and then experimental research in mechanical, civil and computer science engineering. And yesterday we had one session on operation research, measuring instruments, and today in the morning we had funding agencies, and I am taking data analysis, that is descriptive. We have kept intellectual property right, data analysis, inferential, SPSS software, formulation of research proposal, report writing, writing journal articles, evaluation of a research report, and ethics in research.
Very good.
So this is 2 weeks, and it's
So these participants, all of them are research students, or they are
indeed faculty. All are faculty.
I understand.
Hanji. May I now request this one C.V. Raman, College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar, who was presently making the presentation. C.V. Raman, yes.
Yes, sir.
Please share your experiences about accreditation, because you had already got accreditation.
Yes. Your Dr. Saikat Chatterjee head mechanical engineering, sir, because he has already got accredited.
आपकी वीडियो नहीं आ रही?
रवि शायद आ गई होगी.
Yes.
सर आ गई सर. सर अभी आ रही?
अभी नहीं आ रही. रीलोड कीजिए.
रीलोड
सर. खुला है.
हाँ, दूसरा कौन सा है जो आ रहा है?
हाँ, ये ले लो, काफी लोग बैठे हैं. ये सेक्टर.
हाँ जी, ये कौन सा है? This is Gandhi Academy.
Yes, sir.
Your institution is Gandhi Academy?
Yes, sir. Gandhi Academy.
Please share your experiences regarding accreditation or any other thing.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We are privileged to work with you with us in this occasion, sir. We are very happy, and so this is just I want to put some questions related to sir NBA.
Okay.
Because related to NBA and research, sir. In NBA assessment, you are giving emphasis to research program and the PhD generally, and but some colleges, they are having the faculty who are in between PhD. They are just they are pursuing their PhD, and they are having experience in industry, but the ranking means the assessment is not consideration, under consideration. When you are ranking, you are giving, okay, that is for the number of publications is there, but when considering the in-between experience, not as a PhD scholar, is there any parameters so that to judge these things with some, to give weightage to the faculty?
So let me see whether I have understood your question. Your question is whether, other than PhD, there is some other intermediate qualification that we can recognize for the purpose of accreditation. Is that the question?
Yes, sir, yes.
Well, I think our requirements are not very stringent on that. We only want a certain fraction of teachers to have the PhD qualifications. Unfortunately, there is no simple measure of the in-between category that you talked about. So when you get to a milestone, you know that you are there. When you get a PhD, you know that you are there. You are a doctorate. But when you are still doing a doctorate, it becomes too difficult for anybody to measure where do you stand in respect of your attainments in terms of research. So in the short run, it is going to be very difficult to do anything about it. But it's a good point you have raised. We'll think about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
Good afternoon, sir. From DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jalandhar, sir.
Okay.
My question to sir is, being a private institute, how we can incorporate outcome-based education in our system?
Are you an institution which is attached to a university? You are a college of
Yes,
affiliated
we are under PTU.
You are under PTU. So there are two parts to it. When you are affiliated college, when you are an affiliated college, your university also has to be a little sensitive to outcomes. That is the syllabus that they have, the questions that are asked in the examinations, they should be related to the outcomes that we want to achieve, that we want to have the students to imbibe by the end of their graduation. So part of the job has to be done by the university, but part of the job can be done by you in two ways, and that is, you have a lot of flexibility even in these universities, affiliated colleges, in terms of the way you handle students in terms of assignments. You probably can also add some additional courses which the university gives you flexibility on, and particularly in these courses and assignments that you do with the students at your level, where the university examination doesn't count that much, but what you do counts. You make sure that what you do is outcome based. That is, you give assignments which are related to outcomes, and then you assess how well the students are faring on that. You give examinations in these subjects which are in your control, which are outcome based kind of questions rather than descriptive questions, which unfortunately many universities tend to focus on. Describe this or state this or define that. Unfortunately, these things are important, but these are not outcome based. So basically the focus has to change from just doing an examination, but to an examination which is outcome based, which assesses the outcomes that the students might or might not have achieved. Right? That's a very short answer to otherwise a very long question.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't have any control on the curriculum change, which is the very important part of OBE.
Yes, I
agree. How to tackle that?
I'm assuming that even affiliated colleges have a small fraction of coursework that you can add on through a gap analysis of your own. You have that flexibility. I hope I'm right in assuming that. Yes. If you don't have that flexibility, if you don't have that flexibility, then it becomes very difficult. But if you have that flexibility of designing a few courses and examining them yourself at your level, and even for the courses which the university does, I'm sure you have some component of evaluation which is entirely college based, maybe assignments, maybe tutorials, maybe something else, right? And at least that part you can make sure is focused more on outcome assessment rather than just a simple exam of the routine type. So that's the only way to do it. Of course, as faculty members, you must interact with the university also and make sure that the examinations that the university sets, the questions that are asked, are related to the outcomes that you want the students to be having at the end of their graduation. So it's a difficult process, but all of us have a responsibility towards moving slowly in that direction.
Sir, we are planning to apply for NBA. According, as per your suggestion, how much time we will take?
It depends entirely on the commitment and commitment of the institution, of the faculty there. You can do it in 1 or 2 years. You can do it in 10 years, right? So if you are committed, you can adopt systems and put systems in place, and inspire your faculty colleagues to all work together towards the same. Then you can do it quickly. If on the other hand, post faculty is disengaged and not interested, then it may not even happen in 10 years. There's no timeline for it. It's a self-generated timeline. You can do it quickly and it can go very slow.
Yeah. Last question from.
Thank you, sir.
One more question from other institution.
Sir, very good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Suparao from PVP Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Vijayawada, sir. Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Our college was accredited twice, sir. It was accredited in the year 2007 and accredited in the 2012.
Okay.
And very recently we have submitted our application through online, sir.
Okay.
And the process was successfully completed through online. And we have also got the dates for accreditation for third time, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for doing all those activities promptly from your side, sir. We are very grateful for you, sir.
The person to thank is our member secretary, because I'm only honorary chairman.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. My question is, we have some doubt related to supplementary copy, that is self-assessment report. Shall we submit supplementary copy for the visit, that is evaluators? Do you have any directions related to supplementary copy for our self-assessment report, sir?
That is, you want to add on to what you presented, submitted earlier?
Yeah.
I think that should be possible, but my suggestion is talk to Mr. Anil Nasa.
Okay, sir.
He will be able to guide you much better on this than I can.
Definitely, sir.
Sure. Nice
Okay.
talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So, anything you want to say about this course?
All right.
Dr. Sunil Dutt.
Dr. Dutt wants me to say a few words about the course that you're going through. Before I say a few words, may I take some inputs from you on this? How useful do you find this course? And you can be frank. Dr. Dutt won't mind if you have a critical
Sure.
Aspect to it. Do you think you're learning something worthwhile?
Definitely, sir. This is Dr. Poonam. I'm from Chandigarh University, and it has been a great experience. And we've learned a lot on practical basis because we were given tasks. It gave us a lot of time to actually evaluate what we think and how things have to be done. Was very clear on that sir's part. And so we do have a query which my colleague wants to ask. Can we go ahead?
Go ahead.
This is Harjot from Chandigarh University. So we have a question that our organization is a 4-year-old organization. So are we eligible for the NBA accreditation? Because the parent organization, which is CDC Chandigarh Group of Colleges, is already affiliated with the same.
I think, to the best of my memory, to be eligible for accreditation, you should have two batches of graduates graduating out of your institution. If you have done that, then you have become eligible. Not before that.
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
So,
sir, one just request.
Okay.
Because, sir, sorry to disturb.
Go ahead.
Because you are having, sir, in BTech, you are having organizational behavior like this subject for the industry purpose, but we don't have this research methodology at the BTech level, by which students are unable to know to do research in MTech and PhD. Sir, this is my request, if any initiation can be taken to put this paper in BTech level, sir, in all universities.
All right. Good thought, but actually it is up to the institutions to innovate their curriculum. At NBA, our philosophy is not to prescribe what you should be doing. What we only want is that whatever you do it with a design and with a purpose, and you test that purpose now and then internally. As long as you do that, everything is possible. Whatever you want to do is it's within your. After all, academic institutions are supposed to have a lot of academic freedom to do the things they want to do, through which they think that the students can learn better. Please try to do various experiments that you want to do. Go ahead. I don't think there's a problem with that.
Sir, another last question mine. Because in current scenario, one question, sir, please.
See, many questions you have asked because he's already short of time. I have already a number of activities in queue for him. So we take excuse from
I'm not in my control right now, so please excuse me.
So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're doing a great job.
Carry on. Thank you. So, thank you all friends. Now, any institution which has not made presentation so far, I think there is one institution who has not made presentation. It is IEC, I suppose. IEC Institution Noida. Have you made presentation on research, this experimental research? Not available now. Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. Are you available?
Yes, sir, I am available, but sir, the presentation given already.
ऑलरेडी हो चुका है एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च के ऊपर.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
अभी कितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स प्रेजेंट हैं?
Sir, there are 23 participants are present here.
तो बाकी 6 लोग कहाँ चले गए?
Sir, they are preparing the result of midterm examination.
नहीं, पर उनको तो ये कोर्स
the result.
Well, they are supposed to be here.
नहीं सर, वो थोड़ी देर पहले ही गए हैं. वो तो एक्चुअली क्या कल रिजल्ट मॉर्निंग में अपन को सबमिट कराना है, इस वजह से.
चलिए ठीक है. So thank you very much. If you have any query, you are welcome. Otherwise, we close this session, and we will have another session tomorrow at 9:30.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Myself from C.V. Raman College of Engineering.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
So kindly spell out the program for tomorrow.
Tomorrow we will have first session is on data analysis inferential statistics.
Today, na?
Data analysis inferential statistics. Then we will have intellectual property right and writing journal articles.
Okay. Okay, fine.
SPSS software we will take up on Thursday.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye. करो जी.